Chapter 731. Jiang Shao hurriedly transformed into a crow and flapped his wings. The girl thrust her spear forward and arched her legs before dashing out. Roar! Like a bulldozer, the ape ghoul king crazily dashed towards the birch trees in front of it and finally revealed itself from the dense forest. It then rushed into everyone's field of vision. Bang! The huge star power palm clapped in front of its chest and caught the blade with its bare hands. The ape ghoul king grabbed the tip of the spear that was aimed at its heart. That wasn't all. It grabbed the tip of the spear and flicked it upwards. It was as if the heavy star power spear was its weapon, but it was held in the wrong position. The huge body of the star power girl was sent flying while the ape ghoul king roared loudly and catapulted into the air. It stomped heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The huge ape ghoul king soared into the sky and clenched the star power palm before smashing it towards the star power girl, who had nowhere to borrow strength from. The next scene made Jiang Shao realize the girl's fighting style. Recklessness. That was a nice-sounding adjective. The star power girl also raised her fist and collided with the ape ghoul king's star power fist. With a loud bang, the star power girl flew into the sky while the ape ghoul king smashed down with its strong legs. With a loud bang, the star power girl was sent flying into the sky, while the ape ghoul king smashed down and landed heavily on the ground with its strong and powerful legs. However, it ignored the girl who flew into the sky and instead lowered its head to look at the cemetery, at the group of savage gunmen and the savage sorcerer. The ape ghoul king stomped its foot and in an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The savage gunmen quickly retreated under the savage sorcerer's command. At the next moment, countless pale ghostly faces flew out of the cemetery and rushed towards the ape ghoul king. Howl! The ape ghoul king howled again, but this time, it changed its tone. Something incredible happened and the group of ape ghouls that were watching pounced forward one after another. They sacrificed themselves and allowed the pale ghostly faces to penetrate their bodies. Although they couldn't stop the pale ghostly faces, they continued to advance in a bid to disrupt the path of the ghostly faces. More importantly, a few ape ghouls had already charged towards the savage wizard, trying to solve the problem from the root. The savage sorcerer's expression changed drastically. His devilish purple eyes shone brightly as he shouted, %yen %yen. A group of savage men who were retreating suddenly stopped in their tracks and rushed forward quickly. They actually chose the same routine as the ape ghoul king, swearing to protect their leader even if they had to die. The savage men blocked the charging ape ghouls, and just when the situation was getting better, the huge star power foot stomped down again. The huge foot that was made of star power was so realistic that even the fur of the ape ghoul king looked lifelike. The savage sorcerer continued to retreat and raised his palm abruptly. Countless pale ghostly faces changed their direction in the air and dashed towards the ape ghoul king again. Ah, ah! Screams came out of the savage spearman's mouth. Those were the savage men who were trampled by the ape ghoul king's foot and blasted away by the wave of star power. Those who couldn't scream had the most tragic fate. They were directly trampled by the ape ghoul king and turned into a pile of meat paste. The savage sorcerer's body was still retreating, and he had already retreated to the edge of the forest. His body was slightly staggering, and he held onto the giant tree with one hand. His expression was one of anger, but also of despair. The dense forest was the home ground of the ape ghouls. This group of ape-like creatures could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground on the open ground. In the forest, the ape ghouls moved faster, and their heavy bodies were more agile. Their hands and feet skillfully used the various branches and trunks along the way to increase their threat to a terrifying extent. Wah yeah 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 yeah. In the sky, the huge star power girl shouted angrily, but there was nothing she could do. In the sky, she had reached the apex and her body finally began to fall. However, by the time she really landed, everything was too late. Just as the Star Power Girl was enraged and watched the barbarians being massacred, she saw red flashes of swords flashing in the sky. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. The Star Power Girl's almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. Under the sword light, there would definitely be deaths and injuries. While the savage spearmen were struggling and had yet to recover from the shock, the ferocious enemy in front of them had already been pierced in the head. All that was left was a blood-red sword light. When the leader of the savage sorcerer had no choice but to engage in close combat to resist the ape ghouls in the forest, the ape ghouls that were roaring excitedly in the dense forest fell from the trees and the sky. The crimson sword light continuously shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed, almost reaching the effect of chain lightning. With precise strikes, the crimson lines connected the enemies one after another. In the blink of an eye, the crimson lines had already covered the entire area. Such a scene could even be regarded as a star technique of the Rules Awaken. From the graveyard to the dense forest, strange crimson lines densely covered the entire area, forming a messy yet incomparably horrifying pattern. Bang! As the crimson lines swept past, Jiang Zhao's figure suddenly appeared and elbowed the white birch tree, causing it to tremble violently and the dense leaves to rustle. Hev he! Jiang Zhao leaned his elbow against the tree trunk and crushed an ape ghoul star bead in his hand. He bent down slightly and panted heavily. The scene seemed to have frozen at this moment. Be it the savages or the ape ghouls, their movements seemed to have paused. The savages' expressions changed from bewilderment to shock and then to ecstasy. The savage sorcerer suddenly raised the bone scepter in his hand and yelled, "Heh! Heh! Heh! Heh!" The savage spearmen raised their stone spears excitedly and followed the line where the painting stopped. When they found the small figure, they cheered loudly. Jiang Zhao looked up at the Star Power Girl and yelled, "Don't fight recklessly! Land! You must have roots under your feet." The Star Power Girl stared at the mysterious circle mask in surprise and said, "Huh?" Boom! The Star Power Girl landed heavily on the ground, causing the white birch forest to shatter and the soil to fly everywhere. The battlefield was drowned in dust. Jiang Zhao turned to look at the savage sorcerer and said, "Where's the witch? Where's your wife? Can you give me the halo of nostalgia?" The savage sorcerer was still ecstatic, and he stared at Jiang Zhao with his purple eyes. When he realized that the human was talking to him, the savage sorcerer froze. Nostalgia. Jiang Zhao stretched out his finger and drew circles on the ground. Nostalgia. Oh my God! Do you understand star power? I've already been drained. If we continue fighting, I'll be gone. The savage sorcerer blinked and suddenly said, "Nostalgia! Nostalgia!" Oh, this time, it was Jiang Zhao's turn to be dumbfounded. Did he really understand? Oh my God! The savage sorcerer is speaking human language. The savage sorcerer imitated Jiang Zhao and drew circles on the ground with his bone scepter. Seemingly a little anxious, he began to turn circles too. Jiang Zhao was speechless. The savage sorcerer's eyes suddenly lit up and he yelled, %yen hashtag. Immediately afterwards, a group of savage sorcerers quickly squatted down and searched for star beads in the heads of the dead ape ghouls in front of them. Their muscular arms tried their best to throw the star beads at Jiang Zhao. Due to the fact that Jiang Zhao had been killing too quickly just now, he only managed to pick up a few star beads from the dead ape ghouls. Most of the star beads were still in the corpses of the ape ghouls. The star beads were just like bullets that were thrown by the savage sorcerers with great force. Jiang Zhao immediately scurried away. He hurriedly hid behind the tree, while the star beads were deeply embedded in the tree trunk, causing pieces of wood debris to fly out. Jiang Zhao tried his best to dig out the ape ghoul star beads from the huge tree trunk while saying, "Star power alone won't do, I still need physical strength. Do you understand nostalgia? I need nostalgia." All of a sudden, a golden halo lit up beneath his feet. Jiang Shao turned around to look, only to see a huge female savage running towards him from the depths of the birch forest with a group of savage archers. The savage sorceress was also in the style of collecting scrap. She was wearing a necklace made of bones and had braids on her head, just like Mop Spirit. Moreover, there were quite a few who had turned into Spirit. Half of the group of 20 savage female archers had dreadlocks. Yes. Good baby. Osihala Shao. Kong sang mi ta. Jiang Shao gave a thumbs up to the savage sorceress in the dense forest, doing everything he had learned in his life. He really didn't know what language to use to communicate with them anymore. The savage sorceress was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao quickly absorbed the star beads and yelled at the savage sorcerer, "Zombie spirit, zombie spirit." Jiang Shao pointed at the corpse of an ape ghoul and placed his hands in front of his face like claws. His face that was made up of circles had the unique effect of a grimace. Wow! The savage sorcerer immediately understood what Jiang Shao meant and hurriedly summoned a pale grimace from the corpse of the ape ghoul. Yes, yes. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly and pointed at the ape ghoul king that was fighting with the star power girl. He then waved his arms and pointed at the ape ghoul king frantically. Wow, wow. Immediately afterwards, the horrifying grimace floated out of the corpses of the ape ghouls in the cemetery and the dense forest. After Jiang Shao gave the savage sorcerer a command, he tried his best to raise his head and look at the female savage archers who had rushed to his side. They were all 5 meters and 8 meters tall. Who would be able to stand it? Jiang Shao slapped the female archer's thigh and slapped her a few more times, absorbing some of her star power and stamina. At the same time, he also attracted her attention. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Shao pulled his bow and shot an arrow at the restless ape ghouls that were swaying left and right at the edge of the dense forest on the other side of the cemetery. Whoosh! The savage archer was speechless. Shoot them! Don't shoot the ape ghoul king, don't shoot me down, Jiang Shao said frantically. He looked at the savage sorcerer again. Jiang Shao gestured at the group of pale grimace that floated out and waved his hand abruptly. Push! Push! Charge! Woo ah! Ah! The pale grimace darted out and pointed at the ape ghoul king that was fighting with the star power girl. The ape ghouls at the edge of the dense forest were about to intercept the pale grimace, but they were stopped by arrows. The positions of the female savage archers were well organized. Some of them were half kneeling, while others were standing. The 20-man team had the effect of a 100-man team battle. Layers of fine arrows emitted a purple glow as they shot towards the restless ape ghouls. Jiang Shao, who had recovered some of his star power and stamina, grabbed the air and summoned a crimson giant sword. The crimson star power spread out and surrounded Jiang Zhao's body like a mist. Jiang Shao stared at the ape ghoul king intently. At this moment, the ape ghoul king was wrestling with the star power girl. Both of them were extremely barbaric species, and the ground was torn under their feet, forming deep marks. The two of them were in a head-on position, and neither of them was willing to back down. Even though the girl had the body of star power, which helped her greatly reduce the gap in physical fitness, the ape ghoul king was undoubtedly stronger in terms of strength. Roar! Roar! The ape ghoul king had already begun to push the star power girl forward, determined to raze the place to the ground. Logically speaking, the powerful ape ghoul king shouldn't be engaging in such a childish fight. It had more ways to destroy the place and kill the savages more efficiently. However, the star power girl was really godly. She had obviously lowered the opponent's combat IQ to her level, and then effectively stalled the ape ghoul king. Whoosh! One after another, the pale grimace bypassed the huge body of the star power girl and rushed directly into the heart of the ape ghoul king. They penetrated through the layers of star power and penetrated its heart. The heart of the ape ghoul king was located in the body of the ape ghoul king. In an instant, the movements of the ape ghoul king stiffened, and the star power girl struggled to hold on. Suddenly, She felt that the opponent's strength had decreased slightly. The Star Power Girl was overjoyed. An opportunity! Just as she was about to move, a crimson ray of light flashed past. This crimson red represented the true meaning of a bloody calamity. Screech! The crimson flower blade directly tore apart the Star Power Ape King's dense body of star power and continued forward, directly attacking the root of the problem. The flower blade pierced Jiang Zhao's body and pierced the heart of the Ape Ghoul King. In the blink of an eye, the flower blade not only pierced the heart of the Ape Ghoul King, but it also pierced the heart of the Ape Ghoul King. Whoosh! The Star Power Ape King's heart was pierced through, leaving a hole. The Ape Ghoul King dashed out of the body of Star Power along with Jiang Zhao. All that was left was the body of the Ape Ghoul King that was wrestling with the Star Power Girl in midair. Jiang Zhao suddenly pulled out the giant sword that pierced the heart of the Ape Ghoul King and randomly chose a direction, allowing the flower blade to take him to escape. Huff! The Ape Ghoul King, whose heart had been pierced, actually made a last-ditch attack and clapped its giant palms in front of it, as if it wanted to smash the damned bug. However, Jiang Zhao's body had already flown away, and the Ape Ghoul King's giant palms missed. In the end, it still failed to catch the annoying bug. However, this insect didn't really fly away. Yes, Jiang Zhao did fly away and avoid the fatal blow of the Ape Ghoul King. However, his body stopped again in the distant sky. The scene was so strange. To be exact, the flower blade in Jiang Zhao's hand suddenly stopped, and he held the long handle of the crimson flower blade tightly in one hand while his body swayed and turned half a circle in the air. Immediately afterwards, the flower blade quickly changed its direction and went straight for the enemy again. It seemed to have taken a long time, but in reality there was no pause at all. Jiang Zhao, who was high in the sky, sprinted again and turned back. This time, the target of the flower blade was no longer the heart of the Ape Ghoul King, but its huge head. What do you mean by fancy? Not only is it fancy, but it's also very happy. Jiang Zhao, who was dancing wildly in the air, landed in a birch forest far away with the body of the Ape Ghoul King and disappeared without a trace. The Star Power Girl stared at the guy who was flying around in the air in a daze. In front of her, the body of the Ape Ghoul King that had already lost its soul shattered. At this point, the scene was over. 4,400 words. Please continue to ask for monthly votes. Top. Chapter 732. The obstacle in front of her suddenly disappeared, and the girl with star power leaned forward and staggered a few steps before regaining her balance. Did we win? The girl with star power raised her hand and leaped high with joy. Wow! We won! We won! The cheering girl with star power would cause the ground to shake 3 times each time she jumped up and down. The remaining ape ghouls fled in all directions and quickly disappeared into the white birch forest. Upon sight of such a scene, the savages also cheered loudly. Boom! 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 Jiang Zhao held the Ape Ghoul King's star bead in his hand and felt the tremors of the ground beneath his feet. He then walked out of the white birch forest and saw the group of people cheering by the cemetery. It was really disco dancing at the grave. Jiang Zhao repeatedly called out to the girl with star power. Stop, stop jumping, wow! Circle, circle, you're amazing! The girl with star power leaped over and almost crushed Jiang Zhao with her gigantic feet. Jiang Zhao subconsciously raised his arm, and as the girl's feet landed, the soil and dust began to spread and Jiang Zhao retreated. From within the dust, a petite girl slowly walked out. She dropped from 16 meters to 6 meters, which was a huge visual difference. My mom said that there are many powerful people in the world. That's really the case. The girl scampered towards Jiang Zhao, wiped her nose, and sized him up. Hurry, take off your mask and let me see. However, Jiang Zhao shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to take it off, but rather, he couldn't. Jiang Zhao's main body was in a disguised state. Hence, he could only maintain that appearance. Hurry up and take it off. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The girl barked, revealing two cute canine teeth. Jiang Shao was speechless for a while. I helped you just now. The girl placed her hand on her lips and pondered. Yeah, my mom said that we have to be grateful. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat and he asked, Where is your mother? Bring me to see her. The girl's expression stiffened and she suddenly stopped talking. Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment, What's the matter? The girl's eyes dimmed. After a moment of silence, she said, My mother left. She doesn't want me anymore. Jiang Zhao's heart tightened and he suddenly didn't know what to say. The girl suddenly raised her head and grinned. A silly smile appeared on her cute little face. There are so many savage uncles and aunties here. They all like me. Jiang Shao half knelt down and looked up at the girl. Do you have any other family members? Your father? Human companions? The girl shook her head. I don't have a father. I have many barbarian companions. They play with me every day. I don't need a father. Feeling a little sour, Jiang Shao rubbed her head and asked, How old are you this year? The girl stretched out her little hand and counted with her fingers. After Mommy left, it's been 3 winters. This year I'm 14 years old. 14 years old? Star Warrior? My dear, this is amazing. Others only awakened at the age of 16, but you're already a Star Warrior at the age of 14? Besides, judging from the girl's state of fighting with the Ape Ghoul King just now, her star power realm should be very high? That's not right. She's only 14 years old. How did she enter the alien sphere? Could it be? Jiang Shao asked tentatively. Were you born here? Were you born in the alien sphere? The girl nodded and said, Yeah, my mom said that this place is called Beijiang. I was born in Beijiang. Jiang Shao sighed deeply and said, When did you awaken? When can you use star power and star techniques? The girl grinned and said, I awakened on the day my mom left. I'm already a star. Galaxy, right? The peak of the galaxy. I'm impressive, right? Awakened at the age of 11. A genius among geniuses. 3 years. The peak of the galaxy. Is this the cultivation speed of the alien sphere? Han Jiangshu awakened at the age of 16 and also took 3 years to advance to the early stage of the galaxy during the national competition during high school. Besides, Jiang Shao was also very sure that this adorable girl was not the type to cultivate crazily. Judging from her character, she should be playful and would not be cultivating star power most of the time. It was obvious that the environment of the alien sphere was pushing her forward. In 3 years, she was pushed to the peak of the galaxy. Impressive, impressive. You're really impressive. What's your name? Jiang Shao rubbed the girl's head gently and asked with a smile. You go first, the girl said. Jiang Shao said, My name is Jiang Kaishu. No, my name is Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao? The girl looked around and broke out a branch from the broken and collapsed birch trunk. She then wrote the name of a man on the ground, Jiang Shao. Looking at the man who was wriggling, Jiang Shao took the branch and wrote, Jiang Shao. It's not as good as mine. Look carefully. The girl wrote and drew on the ground. She wrote 3 big words, He Chongyang. The girl threw the branch away and puffed up her chest proudly. It's the Chongyang Festival. It's said to be a festival for humans. My mom said that I was born on this day. Okay. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly and looked behind him to see a group of savages surrounding them. This is my uncle. The girl pointed at the savage sorcerer and pointed at the savage sorceress. This is my aunt. Then, the girl pointed at the group of savage spears. This is my big brother, this is my second brother, this is my third brother, and this is me. Okay. Jiang Shao stopped her and asked curiously, Can you tell which brothers are they? The girl was stunned and said, Big brother? A savage spear walked out and looked down at the girl. Oh right, this is my big brother. The girl had a confused look on her face as she giggled. Second brother? Ah, ha ha, this is my second brother. The girl pointed at the savage spear and scratched her head in embarrassment. She had pointed at the wrong person just now. Where's my third brother? None of the savage spears stepped out. Third brother? Where's my third brother? The girl was stunned and ran over hurriedly. Her small body searched among the group of savage spears and her voice became more and more anxious. Where's my third brother? The savage sorceress walked over. With her intellect, she could completely understand what was happening. The savage sorceress walked into the group of savage spears and knelt down. She stretched out her arms and pulled the girl into her embrace. Third brother! Third brother! The girl's little head looked around, her eyes filled with panic. Her usually smiling face had collapsed, and her almond-shaped eyes gradually became misty. Woo woo woo, the savage sorcerer suddenly pushed one of the savage spears. Third brother is gone. Third brother, cough cough. The savage spear who was pushed out cough. The girl hurriedly looked up from the savage sorceress and saw the savage spear. Instantly, a smile appeared on her cute face. You scared me to death. I thought you left like my mother and didn't want me anymore. Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Zhao's heart trembled. He finally understood what the girl meant when she said, "My mother left and didn't want me anymore." Her mother did not abandon her. She did not leave. Instead, she was dead. This is my fourth brother. The girl wiped her tears and smiled. Her emotions came and went quickly as she continued to introduce her family to Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao hurriedly stepped forward and said, Okay, let's clean up the battlefield first. I'll introduce you when we get back." The third brother was clearly not the real third brother. He had been pushed out to replace him. If He Chongyang were to continue counting, she would count more people who had left her. The savage sorceress picked He Chongyang up. Although the girl was more than 1.6 meters tall, she was indeed just a child in front of the huge savage sorceress. Due to the environment in which she grew up, this 14-year-old girl was terrifyingly powerful. However, due to the environment in which she grew up, she could not be compared to the 14-year-old children on Earth. It was not that she had a low IQ, but rather, she had grown up in a savage tribe. Hence, her experience, knowledge, and so on could not be compared to the 14-year-old children on Earth. That was unfair to her. The girl lay on the shoulder of the savage sorceress, and pointed at the savage archers who had followed her. She stubbornly introduced them to Jiang Zhao. "This is my eldest sister, and this is my second sister." Okay. Jiang Zhao nodded repeatedly and realized that the savage sorceress and the female archers did not stay in the cemetery or the battlefield. Instead, they left directly. The savage sorceress was cleaning up the battlefield with the spearmen. It seemed that they had a clear division of labor. Judging from the savage sorceress's actions just now, Jiang Zhao clearly realized that their IQ had reached a certain level. From this perspective, Jiang Zhao could no longer treat them as a type of star beast, even though their pupils were demonic and purple, and they looked the same as the savages in the lower dimensions. The savage sorceress brought Jiang Zhao to their destination, which also confirmed Jiang Zhao's thoughts. They might have been guided by an expert, or they might have evolved to a certain level. They were not completely in the hunting era. There were already traces of the farming era here. That was because, after passing through the dense birch forest, Jiang Zhao saw a piece of fertile land. On Earth, the black land was synonymous with the northern plains, and it seemed to be the same here. Jiang Zhao didn't recognize what crop it was, but as the team approached a river, Jiang Zhao saw the strange crops that were neatly arranged on both sides of the river. They looked like a type of low fruit tree that had already borne light purple thorny fruit. Some savages guarded the place and worked in the orchard. Due to their huge bodies and the low fruit trees, they could only bend over or kneel down to break the branches off the fruit trees. As they moved forward, Jiang Zhao was even more shocked by the way the savages lived. This river seemed to be the mother river of the savages. A group of savages were holding a woven fishing net and a wooden harpoon in their hands while fishing in the river. Jiang Shao was stunned by the scene in front of him. He had never been to the upper dimension of the arsenal, but at least in the arsenal of the lower dimension, he had never seen any fish in the river. Looking at their skillful techniques, it was obvious that this was not the first time the savages had fished like this. Jiang Shao took a deep breath. Even though there was a graveyard, a building that should not have appeared, he still thought that this was a hunting group. However, what he saw and heard in front of him completely opened the door to a new world for Jiang Shao. Alien Ball, how many more layers of your veil are there, top? Chapter 733. The team continued to move forward and Jiang Shao saw a place that could be called a tribe. The fence made of trees was attached to the mountain behind, forming a large semicircular campsite. In the tribe, tents were set up high and there were branches inserted in front of the tent. There were also special ornaments hanging on them, most of which were skeletons. The savages had a clear division of labor and were all busy with their own things. The tribe was so huge that Jiang Shao felt like he had walked into another kingdom of giants. The savages at the door did not stop them, but they looked at Jiang Shao curiously. When they entered the tribe, they saw that the savages were sharpening stone tools in groups of 2s and 3s. Some female savages were cooking meat in a stone pot in front of the campfire, while some others seemed to be scalding the fur of the ape ghouls. Jiang Shao had no idea what they were going to do. After the ape ghoul skins were scalded, they were hung on a line to dry. Jiang Shao noticed the key point. All the savages here were wearing clothes, especially the female savages. They were all wrapped up tightly. Jiang Shao was not saying that it was bad, but he felt that it was abnormal and seemed to have been ordered by someone. The female savage archers left quietly, and in the end, only the savage sorceress who was carrying He Chongyang and Jiang Shao were left behind. The three of them walked for a long time and almost passed through the tribe before finally arriving in front of the cave at the foot of the mountain. This is Grandpa Leader's home. He Chongyang lay in the arms of the savage sorceress and popped his head out from her shoulder. He waved at Jiang Shao and said, "My mom said that Grandpa Leader is the smartest and we have to listen to him. Hey." Jiang Shao looked at the savage guards on both sides and one of the guards went in to report. After a while, he ran out and let everyone in. Jiang Shao followed the footsteps of the savage sorceress and strode in. After passing through the cave tunnel that was not considered long, Jiang Shao and the others arrived at the hall. Unlike the torches that were inserted on the walls in the tunnel, there were stone pillars everywhere in the hall. There was a round plate on the stone pillar that was burning with flames, giving it a modern artistic vibe. There was a stone chair in the hall and the skin of the ape ghoul king was placed right in front of it, which made Jiang Shao feel like he had entered a bandit's lair. Did this old man have some artistic taste? The person sitting on the stone throne was an old man. His purple eyes were a little turbid, not as demonic as those young and strong barbarians. A brown headband was tied around his forehead, and his white hair was tied into 2 large braids that draped over his left and right shoulders in a double ponytail style. At this moment, Jiang Shao felt the fear of being dominated by the twin ponytails. From now on, how was he going to face the cute twin-tailed girl? Ha! Good afternoon. He Chongyang waved his hand and struggled to jump out of the savage witch's arms, but he was stopped. The savage witch held He Chongyang tightly in her arms and communicated with the old savage on the seat. They were speaking the language of the savages, which Jiang Shao could not understand at all. No. He was a good person. He's a good person. He Chongyang yelled all of a sudden, giving Jiang Shao a great shock. Old savage, #yen @%. He Chongyang, #yen %. Old savage, yen #@yen. He Chongyang's beautiful big eyes became misty and he got emotional very quickly. He struggled to jump out of the savage witch's arms, and pointed at the old savage. You. The savage witch hurriedly squatted down and whispered something to He Chongyang. He Chongyang stomped his feet forcefully. You are all bad people. All of you. As he spoke, He Chongyang turned around and ran away. There seemed to be a hint of sobs in his voice. Little Chongyang. Jiang Shao turned around and was about to follow him. Hello, human. The double ponytail on the huge stone throne spoke. It's been a long time since humans have visited this place. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and turned to look at the old savage. What do you mean by articulate words? The old savage smiled and the wrinkles on his face piled up. To be honest, his face was rather ugly. He said, You can call me Brew. It's the name that Madame Zhu gave me. Brew? You're not blue either? Jiang Shao blinked and scanned old Brew from head to toe. When I first met Madame Zhu, she was carrying a crying baby and was being chased by the ape ghouls. My people and I chased the ape ghouls away. In our language, the word attack sounds a lot like blue. Brew demonstrated on the spot. Buluan, it means to charge and kill. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and asked, Little Chongyang is like that? Old Brew didn't respond at all. His turbid eyes flickered with a trace of reminiscence as he muttered, Madame Zhu is He Chongyang's mother. That encounter was also an accident. If she hadn't been carrying a baby at that time, maybe we wouldn't have saved her and the story wouldn't have happened. Jiang Shao suppressed his bewilderment because he knew that He Chongyang wouldn't be in any danger there. Madame Zhu. Buru leaned his elbow on the armrest of the stone chair, his old hand supporting his face as he said softly, She brought us more civilization. She taught us the human language, writing, military strategy, and some interesting strategies. She brought us a lot of valuable knowledge. Brew leaned forward slightly and placed his elbows on his knees. He lowered his head and looked at Jiang Shao with his large, turbid eyes. Madame Zhu asked us to remember one thing. Humans are different from animals in wisdom, and humans are different from each other in wisdom. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly, and the arc of his circular mask seemed a little strange. Brew looked at Jiang Shao quietly and said, She taught us to delay gratification. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Jiang Shao looked at Brew in a daze. Why don't you teach me what gratification is? Brew continued, She called this place the Birch Forest, which is the paradise that she mentioned. It's surrounded by mountains and very few other species will jump down here. We have everything we need to survive here, such as food, water, and a stable living environment. However, Jiang Shao smiled and said, That's not what I saw. The ape ghouls almost wiped you out. Brew shook his head and said, The ape ghoul king was just an accident. Maybe it brought its species here by mistake and led the local ape ghouls. As for the local ape ghouls, they are the creatures that we raised. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Brew said, We don't have the ability to rear ape ghouls for the time being, so we can only let them live. Madame Zhu told us that the ape ghouls are our stable source of food. Even if we're enemies, we can't eliminate them all at once in this relatively enclosed environment. Once the ape ghouls in the birch forest die out and farming can no longer meet our needs for survival, there will be internal strife. I lead a tribe of thousands of people, and I know our daily consumption. Jiang Shao was astonished and nodded silently. Brew continued, Madame Zhu taught us not to pick up the fruit and eat it in one bite. Instead, we have to let the magical soil react with the fruit. After a few months there will be more fruit. She told us not to replenish all the fish in the river at once. If we take a little, the river will give us more. At this moment, Jiang Shao realized that he was being taught a lesson by a savage. Brew said, My tribe is thriving and has a thriving population. We're living a safe life in the birch forest. Human, tell me now, what reason are you going to use to move me to let an outsider like you live? Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Brew slowly stood up with the help of his bone walking stick. Everything I've said is to show you my good impression of the human race. I'm also telling you how precious and difficult it is for my tribe to reach where it is today. However, Madame Zhu, you told me not to trust humans easily. I have great respect for her, but I don't want to judge you easily or make a decision easily. Jiang Shao looked at Bru quietly and knew where the topic was going to go. Bru said, "You saved He Chongyang, saved many of our people, and killed the ape ghoul king. Those are your actions, and I'm willing to show my respect and gratitude to you. So, human, tell me you'll always live here, right? You won't leave." Jiang Shao, who had the star technique perception, had already acutely discovered that a large number of savage warriors had gathered outside the cave. Jiang Shao laughed and said, "Are you worried that I'll expose your paradise when I go out? What's in it for me?" Bru said, "Madame Zhu, you said that humans are complicated creatures with high intelligence. This planet is more dangerous than your home. All humans who set foot on this planet will resort to all means in order to survive. I've saved the savages and killed the ape ghoul king. If you're still not satisfied with this, I don't know what to say. Besides, do you really think you can stop me?" Jiang Shao said in a deep voice. "Madame Zhu Yu is right. I've never been able to grasp the boundaries of communication. After all, I'm facing my own people." Bru sighed softly. "Sorry, my words have made you feel disgusted with me. Also, you can explain to me what a proof of allegiance is later." Bru changed the topic and continued, "But this is my home. Madame Zhu, you said that if a certain group wants to survive here, the birch forest will be the perfect place for them to do so. One day, someone will discover this place and snatch it away. I hope you can stay here forever. You'll enjoy the treatment of a hero." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and smiled, really at a loss for words. Bru said with a serious expression, "To you, there might only be disdain. To us, the birch forest is the foundation of our survival. Our starting points are different, and our concerns are also fundamentally different. Humans have a high level of intelligence, and I believe that you can understand me." "Old man, your words are indeed quite interesting." Jiang Shao waved his hand. "Let me tell you 2 facts. Bru asked, Jiang Shao raised a finger and said, "I can lie to you and say that I'll stay here for the rest of my life. Who will you send to guard me every day? I'll be a fugitive and disappear without a trace. Your warriors have seen me use this star technique. You guys can't even rear ape ghouls. What are you going to use to stop me?" Bru was speechless. Jiang Shao raised a second finger and said, "Secondly, have you heard of the White Ghoul Witch? It's also a creature that lives in Beijiang." Bru nodded. Jiang Shao said, "It has a star technique called decoy. And I'm the bait." Bru was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao said, "My body is not here. As long as I want to, the location of your home has already been exposed. Do you understand what I mean?" Bru's breathing began to quicken. Jiang Shao said, "You don't have what I want here, and there won't be any conflict of interest between us. You don't have to pray that I'll be merciful. The only thing you need to pray for now is that I'm a kind person." Jiang Shao then walked towards the tunnel and said, "We've already made things clear. You can think about what to do. Now, I hope to spend more time and energy on little Chongyang. Besides, don't tell anyone that I'm the bait. Otherwise, we'll all get into trouble." Behind him, Bru's face was so sullen that it seemed like it could condense water. While walking out of the tunnel, Jiang Shao stopped in his tracks and said, "By the way, your hero wants to eat grilled fish tonight. Remember to arrange it." Bru was speechless. Jiang Shao walked out of the tunnel step by step and saw a group of huge savage warriors at the entrance. Bru's voice could be heard coming from the cave. "Yin #at, make way." Chapter 734. Under the savage's guidance, Jiang Shao found He Chongyang's residence. The wooden house was neither too big nor too small. Most importantly, It had a courtyard with some unknown flowers blooming in the courtyard. Most of them were white and yellow, and in front of the fenced courtyard, there was a small mailbox. The mailbox that was wrapped in flower vines was very romantic. On the small mailbox door, there were 2 big words. Knock. Jiang Shao thought that it should have been written by Madame Zhu Yu. It was probably very difficult to set up rules for the savages. During the time she lived here, the savages must have broken into her house many times. Jiang Shao walked through the fenced yard and stepped on the stone path. He smelled the unique fragrance of the flowers and stood in front of the door before knocking gently. Soon the door opened. Jiang Shao saw a giant baby. He couldn't use the word baby to describe the child who opened the door. The savage's body proportion and appearance were obviously that of a child. However, in terms of body size, he was already taller than Jiang Shao. "Where's he, Chongyang?" Jiang Shao asked. The giant savage child was stunned for a moment before he turned around and ran into the wooden house. Jiang Shao could vaguely hear crying. He hurriedly walked in. The wooden house was not small. Jiang Shao followed the sound, passed through the corridor, and walked into the room on the right. It was a small living room with 2 rooms inside. Jiang Shao quickly walked over and stopped in front of the second bedroom. In the bedroom, He Chongyang was crying on the bed. Around the big window, there were 4 savage children comforting He Chongyang. One of the children was the one who opened the door. He was obviously expressing something anxiously. Huh! He Chongyang raised her head and sat up with her legs curled up. Her beautiful big eyes were a little red and swollen. Really? Just as she was feeling puzzled, she saw Jiang Shao at the door. Wow, Jiang Shao, you're out. He Chongyang jumped off the bed and ran over, plunging into Jiang Shao's arms. Ugh! Jiang Shao was pushed back a few steps by the huge impact. His chest hurt from the impact. This girl, is she a little tough? Jiang Shao patted He Chongyang's head and asked smilingly, "Are these your friends?" Jiang Shao then looked at the 4 savage children, 2 boys and 2 girls, who were all staring at Jiang Zhao's mask curiously. Okay. He Chongyang said softly while burying his head in Jiang Zhao's arms and nodding gently. You're already 14 years old. Why are you still crying? Jiang Shao chuckled. Ah, you rascal, I'm not worried about you. I'm worried that you'll be. He Chongyang pushed Jiang Shao away and pointed at Jiang Zhao's nose. He stopped halfway through his sentence. Jiang Shao dispelled her awkwardness and said, Okay, wipe your tears. I told Brew that we'll have grilled fish tonight. He Chongyang's emotions came and went quickly. She sniffled and did not dwell on the topic. She turned to the savage children in the house and said, I'm fine. You guys go out and play. I'll come find you later. The few savage children continued to look at Jiang Shao curiously and ignored He Chongyang's words. Hey, you rascals! He Chongyang walked in and started to chase them away. The savage kids were not the typical ones. They jumped out of the bedroom window one after another, turning around and making faces at He Chongyang. Ah, my flower! Be careful, don't step on my flower, you brats! He Chongyang held onto the window frame and stomped her feet as she cursed. Jiang Zhao's lips twitched awkwardly. Humph! He Chongyang turned around and placed her hands on her waist, looking furious. Jiang Shao said softly, Brat? He Chongyang was stunned. Then, her cute face changed into a unique silly smile. My mom always says that about me. Jiang Shao walked out of the bedroom and sat on the chair in the living room. He said, Seems like you're living well here. Of course. My mom said I'm a strong girl and can handle all difficulties. He Chongyang clenched her fists and puffed out her chest. The bone necklace in front of her chest made a clinking sound. Jiang Shao subconsciously wanted to take out a few coins and throw them at her. Jiang Shao asked curiously, Why did you choose a spear as your weapon? I've watched your battles. You don't seem to have used your weapon much. Hearing this, He Chongyang's face fell. She walked over and sat on the wooden chair opposite the wooden table. She said with a troubled expression, "Grandpa Leader said that my star map is a spear, so a spear is suitable for me. However, I can't use it well. I still like to hit people. If I can't hit them, I'll become bigger and kick them." "Oh? Your star map is a spear?" Jiang Shao was interested. He said, "Can I see it?" "Of course." He Chongyang stood up and a star map with a blue background appeared in front of her. Star power flowed in it like a river. It was a strangely shaped heavy spear with a well-shaped spearhead. Jiang Shao had a peculiar expression on his face and thought, "Is she really the chosen one?" Jiang Shao said softly, "You said that you awakened your star map after your mother passed away." "Yes." He Chongyang nodded. Jiang Shao said, "Leader Brew didn't recognize your weapon. If your mother was here, she would have told you the name of this weapon." He Chongyang asked curiously, "What's this?" Jiang Shao said, "Although this weapon has a spearhead, it should be called a halberd. Besides, it's a special type of halberd. It has a special name, Heavenly Halberd." "Wow." He Chongyang's eyes lit up. "Heavenly Halberd? It sounds very powerful." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "In the history of China, there are countless experts who use spears and halberds. However, the number of experts who use heavenly halberds can be counted with one hand." "Wow!" He Chongyang opened her mouth and wiped her red and swollen eyes. She even sniffled and said, "Tell me a story. Quick, tell me a story. My mom always tells me stories." Jiang Shao said, "I'll bring you some storybooks next time to broaden your horizons. If you simply practice spears, you'll be wasting such a special star map. Spears and halberds, especially heavenly halberds, should be very different." He Chongyang's focus was clearly beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations. She hurriedly said, "Next time? Are you leaving?" Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" He Chongyang had just wiped away her tears and was now choking up again. "Are you going to leave me like Mom and third brother?" Jiang Shao was speechless. Like third brother? This girl actually knows everything? Is she cooperating with the savages, or is she just lying to herself? Jiang Shao said, Don't leave, don't go. After Mom leaves, I'm the only one here." He Chongyang walked up quickly and grabbed Jiang Zhao's hand. "Stay, I'll take you to eat thorny fruits, okay?" Jiang Shao was speechless. He Chongyang's eyes turned misty, and she pulled Jiang Shao up with all her might. She then muttered, "Let's go, I'll take you to eat thorny fruits. It's good, it's delicious." "Okay." Jiang Shao was dragged out of the wooden hut by her. In a hurry, he saw that she had stepped on a few flowers in the courtyard. The two of them passed through the savages' tribe and headed west along the clear river. More than 10 minutes later, they saw a short, purple fruit tree. There are thorns," He Chongyang said as she darted into the fruit forest. Although it was short, it was only relative to the savages who were working. The fruit trees were also about 1.5 meters tall. Fortunately, Jiang Shao had the star technique perception, which allowed him to find her in the fruit forest. She was very anxious, really anxious. She seemed to be trying hard to search for something. "Chongyang!" Jiang Shao yelled and dashed into the fruit forest too. The thorny fruit tree shook and He Chongyang emerged with scratches on her face. There were traces of blood on her hands as she held a purple fruit with thorns. She handed it to Jiang Shao and said, "This is the biggest one. It should be right." Looking at her big, tearful eyes and pleading expression, Jiang Shao felt extremely upset. He pressed his hand on He Chongyang's head and rubbed it gently before sighing silently. At night, in the savages' tribe, under the bright moonlight, the savages were singing and dancing beside a huge bonfire, celebrating the day's victory. They circled around the huge bonfire and walked clockwise. One after another, they placed their hands on the shoulders of their companions in front of them and sang a song that Jiang Shao could not understand. Not far away, Chief Bruce sat on the ground and looked at the joyous scene of his clansmen. He felt emotional and finally fixed his gaze on the quiet He Chongyang. She was supposed to be the happiest and the fiercest child at such a bonfire banquet. However, today, she hugged her knees and sat beside Jiang Shao while looking at the people around her carefully. If it were any other time, Jiang Shao might have been shocked by the taste of the grilled fish in his hand. The flesh of the long-bearded, eyeless fish was succulent and the seasoning on it gave him a strange texture. However, today, the golden greasy grilled fish tasted like wax to Jiang Shao. The special thorny fruit wine was sour and sweet, but it did not make Jiang Shao feel any better. He did not seem to belong to the cheerful bonfire banquet and seemed out of place. Jiang Shao said softly, "You know that I don't have the ability to protect you and take you away. I might not even be able to protect myself on this planet. Besides, you're very safe here. There are many people who care about you and protect you. You can grow up healthily." He Chongyang pursed her lips, hugged her legs, and buried her face deeply. Jiang Shao said softly, "I promise you, I'll come back to see you again." He Chongyang's voice sounded. "Where are you going?" Jiang Shao remained silent for a while and said, "Wherever I go." He Chongyang asked in confusion, "Why are you leaving? Why don't you stay?" Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "I want to explore this world. I want to know what it really looks like." He was thinking about the world, but she just wanted him to stay. He Chongyang reached out and grabbed the corner of Jiang Zhao's shirt gently. "It's very dangerous outside. Stay with me, okay? I can play with you every day." Jiang Shao sighed deeply. "If it weren't for my repeated deaths, I wouldn't have found this place and met her. I wouldn't have been able to discover this tribe of savages that had been enlightened." He Chongyang said, "I'll pluck thorny fruits for you to eat." Jiang Shao held He Chongyang's hand, and with the help of the savage sorceress, He Chongyang punched a savage a few times, after which the wound on her palm gradually healed. Jiang Shao said, "Next time, I'll bring you some star beads. You have too few star techniques. You only have 6. You can become very strong." Due to the unique living environment, the teenage girl who was at the peak of the galaxy stage only had 6 star technique. 3 came from the ape ghouls, while the other 3 came from her savage companions who died in battle. He Chongyang's voice became softer and softer. "I don't want to become stronger. I just want you to stay with me and be like Mom. You can tell me stories, tell me many stories," Jiang Shao said. "Little Chongyang." He Chongyang suddenly stood up and wiped her eyes with her arm. She then put on her signature silly smile and said, "All right, Jiang Shao." Jiang Shao looked up at her and asked, "Huh?" He Chongyang said, "My mom said that you can't bring trouble to others. You have to be obedient and sensible. I'll wait for you to look for me next time. You must come." Jiang Zhao's movements seemed to have frozen. At such a moment, it might be better for her to cry and throw a tantrum. Jiang Zhao's heart trembled at the sight of her grinning and tearing up at the same time. "Come, let's pinky swear. You have to keep your promise." He Chongyang extended her hand and raised her pinky. Jiang Shao slowly raised his hand and extended his pinky. The last time someone made such an agreement with him, it was a stubborn Chinese captain. "No, no, you have to press your thumbs together for it to count." "That's right." He Chongyang pulled Jiang Shao up. "Let's go, I'll take you to dance." Jiang Shao was dragged to his feet and ran into the group of savages that were circling around. He Chongyang grabbed onto Jiang Zhao's body and jumped onto his back. She straddled his neck and managed to close the height gap between them and the savages. She yelled, "Listen to my command! Listen to my command!" "Phew, oh! The savages shouted excitedly. Little Chongyang was finally back. He Chongyang raised her hands and sang loudly, "On the hill where the horses are running, there's a smooth cloud." Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. What made him even more astonished was that the savages who were circling around the bonfire with their hands on their shoulders had all joined in the Chinese song. Shining brightly, it seemed like Zhu Yu had left a lot for them. Phew! Ha ha! He Chongyang's eyes were red and swollen as she clapped her hands excitedly. The moon is crescent. Late at night, the song ended and the crowd dispersed. In the wooden house, a crow stood by the window and looked at the girl who was sleeping soundly on the bed. After a long while, it spread its wings and flew into the night sky. On the bed, He Chongyang silently opened his eyes and jumped off the bed barefooted. He grabbed the window with both hands and raised his head to look at the crow flying toward the bright moon. He couldn't hold back his tears any longer and they gushed out. 3 years after her mother left, another person barged into her world and left just like that. She wiped her tears and ran out, stepping on the ground with her bare feet. She ran out of the tribe, across the open plains, ran along the river, ran into the birch forest, and ran into the cemetery. Under the bright moonlight, a small figure stood alone in front of a grave. He Chongyang kept wiping her tears and sobbing uncontrollably. He's gone. He doesn't want me anymore. You don't want me anymore. Third brother doesn't want me anymore. Sob, sob, sob. He won't come back. He definitely won't come back. You're all liars. You said you would stay with me forever. Puff, puff, puff. He Chongyang widened her eyes and turned around. In her blurry vision, she saw a black crow flapping its wings and flying towards her. Turned into a human. He Chongyang let out a cry of love. She was carried in the arms of that person, and they walked out of the cemetery. He Chongyang grabbed Jiang Zhao's clothes. You're not leaving? Jiang Zhao said, yes. I'll leave when you can hold back your tears. He Chongyang rubbed her face against Jiang Zhao's chest and didn't say anything else. Jiang Zhao sighed and walked towards the savage tribe. He looked up and saw the bright moon in the night sky. At the same time, in the military camp on the outskirts of the capital on Earth, a figure stood in front of a military transport plane. He was dressed in a black Guardians of the Night uniform and was also looking up at the bright moon. What are you thinking about? A voice came from afar. Jiang Zhao snapped back to his senses and turned to look. He saw Zhao Wenlong walking over with a parcel in his hand, accompanied by 2 soldiers. Jiang Zhao stretched out his fist. Have you made up your mind? Zhao Wenlong smiled and stretched out his fist to bump with Jiang Zhao's. She said that it's boring to spar with no one of equal strength. You know, I like to spar. Jiang Zhao tilted his head and gestured in the direction of the military plane. Let's go up. Zhao Wenlong raised his head curiously and looked at the moon. Are you pretending to be an artistic youth and admiring the moon? I'm not that artistic. Jiang Zhao smiled and put his arm around Zhao Wenlong's shoulder. He stepped onto the plane. It's just that there are too many stories. 4,800 words. Please get some tickets. Top. Chapter 735. The military transport plane slowly landed on the outskirts of Minoa City, and Jiang Zhao and Zhao Wenlong walked out. Surprisingly, Ho Mingming was the one who came to pick them up. Looking at the scene of Ho Mingming meeting with Zhao Wenlong, Jiang Zhao's interest was piqued. At this moment, he only wished that he had brought a bucket of popcorn. Zhao Wenlong's eyes lit up too. It was a familiar formula and a familiar smell. They hadn't seen each other for a year, but Ho Mingming's edges hadn't been smoothed out by work. The black uniform of the Guardians of the Night perfectly matched her temperament and even made her more domineering than before, especially her eyes, which were bright and blazing. Zhao Wenlong saw a warrior. This time, she was no longer a contestant, but a true warrior. Both of them were sizing each other up, and the scene was extremely quiet. To Jiang Zhao's disappointment, there was no earth-shattering scene. Ho Mingming was the first to speak, but she merely raised her head slightly and gestured to Zhao Wenlong. Coming. Her casual words disappointed Jiang Zhao greatly. Fortunately, the master was still very impressive. Zhao Wenlong carried his bag and said with a smile, "Seeking defeat?" The corners of Ho Mingming's mouth curled up slightly. Although the two of them had only fought head-on a few times, they had been fighting for 4 years. His way of speaking seemed to have awakened her state of mind back then. Ho Mingming said, "Xiaopi said that I might not have lost the battle between us, but I've never really beaten you. I'm skeptical about that." Zhao Wenlong raised his eyebrows in surprise and repeated, "Seeking defeat?" Ho Mingming still couldn't suppress the raging fire in her heart and said, "Now?" Jiang Shao was taken aback. They were at a foreign airport. If 2 Guardians of the Night were to fight here, it would be embarrassing for the Guardians of the Night. Sparring also depended on the occasion and timing. Jiang Shao hurriedly said, "No, he didn't want to spar with you here. He just gave you a nickname, Ho Mingming." Ho Mingming was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao chuckled and pushed Zhao Wenlong into the military vehicle while saying to Ho Mingming, "You should be content. Seeking defeat sounds better than not being defeated. At least we're both physically and mentally healthy." The battle intent burning in Ho Mingming's heart instantly turned into a flame of anger. As everyone boarded, the military vehicle slowly drove away from the airport. Jiang Shao sat in the back seat and looked at Ho Mingming, who was in the front passenger seat. He said, "You two have to be more careful in the future, especially Ho Mingming. You're the captain now and the members of the team have to listen to your orders. If you mess around and cause trouble, your team will be finished." Ho Mingming leaned on the window frame with one hand and answered indifferently with a nasal sound. Jiang Shao said, "You've grown up? You've grown up, huh? You're not happy with my words? I'm doing this for your good." Jiang Zhao's words were the quintessence of the quintessence. These 4 short sentences encapsulated the core thoughts of a parent who had been educating their child for more than 10 years. Zhao Wenlong had a strange expression on his face. These words did not sound like a friend talking to a friend, nor did they sound like a superior talking to a subordinate. Instead, they sounded more like a father talking to his daughter. Ho Mingming clenched her fists, her body trembling. "Yar! How infuriating! Does this guy want to try my arrow of withering?" The military vehicle roared and soon drove into Minoya City. It then drove into the military compound and slowly stopped in front of Ka-Tua residence. According to the guard's guidance, Jiang Shao went straight to the basement. The place had been completely occupied by the Tail Feathers Regiment, and there was even a desk and sofa set up. When Jiang Shao knocked on the door and entered, Second Last was seated behind the desk, looking at the information on the table with a serious expression. "Close the door," Second Last said without looking up. "Oh." Jiang Shao closed the door obediently and turned to look at Second Last, only to see a sullen expression instead of joy from their reunion. Jiang Shao walked over quickly and asked, "What happened?" "Nothing," Second Last answered straightforwardly. "The news has been sent out." After spending so much time with Second Last, Jiang Shao knew that she had almost no cadence when she spoke. Her hoarse voice was always flat. Although she made it sound like a statement, it was a question. Jiang Shao said, "Yeah, the news has been sent out. Guan Qi, the vice president of the National Star Association." "That's a good point of entry," Second Last said. It was rare for Second Last to compliment Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao had a high status and was qualified to know such a secret. In the world of Star Warriors, the Star Association was truly a colossus. They would see the results after Guan Qi and the others were done with their research. Meanwhile, the greater possibility was that in the group they were discussing, there were already various political figures and soldiers participating in this. Those who could enter the core leadership of the National Star Association almost all held multiple positions. For example, Jiang Shao had been recruited by the Star Association a long time ago. Although he was a light chaser, he was also a member of the Star Association. However, his focus was not on the Star Warriors Association but the Guardians of the Night. Jiang Shao looked at the documents on her desk curiously and asked, "What are you worried about?" Second last stretched out two long fingers and pressed them on the document. She then turned her fingers slightly and turned the direction of the paper. She then pushed it towards Jiang Shao and said, "Nicholas Odin." "Odin?" Jiang Shao froze for a moment. Names like Nicholas, Jack, Mike, and John were common, but this Odin was uncommon. "Father of gods?" "Ha!" Second last sneered and said, "You're flattering him. He changed his surname himself." Jiang Shao looked at the information sheet and saw the portrait of a Caucasian man. He looked ordinary and there was nothing special about him. His ordinary face made him easy to forget. His qualifications are not bad. "He looks rather cool, isn't he?" Jiang Shao said with a smile. Second last said, "We've already gotten some results from the interrogation of the assassination organization. It has been proven that the remaining members of the Dark Hall are involved, but the mastermind behind it might not be the remaining members of the Dark Hall. All the clues point to this person. He's the one who organized the assassination team and is considered the mastermind." Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment, "Why do you say considered?" Second last said, "He's just a tool. He's just a mercenary who has been paid to do things for others. We have to capture him in order to find out who the mastermind is." "Capture him? Do you think that's going to stump you?" Jiang Shao asked. He was extremely confident in Second Last's abilities. Second Last said, "We've already taken action once. This person has extremely strong concealment and escape star technique. Besides, he's surrounded by a large number of people. Since the order has collapsed, Konkjind has become a paradise for them." He cleverly made use of the hatred that the Dark Hall has for Konkjind, and a large number of fearless members of the Dark Hall are protecting him and following him. Jiang Shao asked, "So?" Second last raised her head and looked at Jiang Shao. "Konkjind has asked for our help, and the higher-ups have also given orders. I don't want anything to go wrong in the next mission. Conceit is his only weakness. Once he flees to another country, the mission will probably fail." Jiang Shao nodded. Second last said, "I'm going to do it their way. I'm going to set up an arrest team, but it's going to be an assassination team. As long as he's captured, all the problems will be solved." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "An assassination team sounds cool." Second last looked at Jiang Shao with an intense gaze and said, "I need everyone in the team to have superb mobility." Jiang Shao could already tell what Second Last was thinking from the look in her eyes. Jiang Shao waved his hand and said with a humble smile, "He, it's not up to me to attack a city." Second Last was speechless. Jiang Shao rubbed the back of his head and said with a bashful smile, "I'm just meant to be a bodyguard. Do you know that there are a lot of powerhouses in the Tail Feathers team?" Bang! Second Last slammed her palm on the table. Jiang Shao got a great shock and frantically asked, "Do you think I can join your assassination team?" Second Last glanced at Jiang Shao coldly and said, "Just barely." Jiang Shao said, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'll definitely live up to your expectations." Second Last humphed and said, "I'll lead the team with the great sage, Wolfheart, and you." Jiang Shao muttered softly, "What a pitiful shadow crow. As the captain of the reconnaissance team, he actually got rejected by the criteria of mobility. If I were him, I'd kill myself to apologize. The Tail Feathers team was indeed full of powerhouses. Neither Shadow Crow nor his reconnaissance team was selected. Wolfheart was a member of the Tengu team. The three members of Tengu Zhang Wenqing's team were codenamed Wolfhead, Wolfheart, and Wolftail. Jiang Shao had seen Wolfhead Zhang Chongfa before and was in awe of his interrogation methods. He reckoned that this guy with the codename Wolfheart probably had extraordinary abilities since he could defeat a group of powerhouses and be specially recruited by Second Last into the assassination team. "Okay, you're the boss. You call the shots." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and thought, Since I can't resist, I might as well change my mindset and try to enjoy it. By the way, it's not too much for me to ask for a vigil medal for a criminal of this level and for a mission of this nature, right? Second last raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't think that Jiang Xiao was a greedy person who would take credit. Hence, Jiang Zhao's behavior was not in line with his character. In modern internet terms, it would be a complete breakdown of his persona. However, everything has its consequences. Your retribution is me. At this moment, a black and white candle bear that needs to consume skill points to grow passed by quietly. Second last said, "If you want it, I'll fight for it for you. What's yours can't be taken away by others." Jiang Xiao said, "Thank you." After Jiang Xiao returned, second last found the last piece of the puzzle for the assassination team. She seemed to be much more relaxed and began to chat. "Has there been any progress in the work on the alien ball recently?" Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "I found a tribe of savages who have already developed intelligence. There were humans who educated them and instilled them with knowledge and established rules." Second last's eyes widened slightly. Huh? You finally have a tone?" Jiang Xiao pulled a stool and sat opposite the desk. He said, "I discovered that I'm not a medical star warrior, but a bard." Second last asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang Xiao said, "The story is very interesting, but I don't know where to start. By the way, get me a heavenly halberd before carrying out this mission." Second last frowned slightly and said, "You want to change your main weapon." Jiang Xiao said, "It's always good to have more skills." Second last shook her head and said, "If your giant sword is an ordinary sword of normal specifications, I'll support your decision. However, the giant sword is already a heavy two-handed weapon that overlaps with the so-called halberd." Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, "Be good and get me one. I'm not familiar with this place, and I don't need your help at home. On the other hand, I'm also telling you in advance that I might be carrying a halberd on a mission." Second last said, "Reason." Jiang Xiao grinned and said, "The human who developed the savages is already dead, but he left behind a child who has already entered the peak of the galaxy warrior. Her star map is a heavenly halberd. I'll learn some skills and teach her, but she's only good at raging bull charge now. She's really silly." Second last said, "Your time is precious, you shouldn't waste it on this." Jiang Xiao shook his head and said, "Humans should just do what they think is right in life. Life itself was meaningless. What was truly meaningful was the choices and actions that one had made in life." At the same time, far away on the alien ball, He Chongyang rolled up his trousers and stood in the river with a harpoon in his hand. He stared at the clear river with his big eyes and his small mouth slightly open. He looked nervous as he searched for the strange fish with no eyes and long whiskers. "Little Chongyang, it's time to go home for lunch," Jiang Xiao said from the shore. He Chongyang subconsciously responded while the fish beneath his feet fled in all directions. He Chongyang stomped his feet angrily and said, "I'm about to successfully stab my lunch." Jiang Xiao said, "You've been saying that for the entire morning." Logically speaking, the agility of the fish was really maxed out. He Chongyang was a star warrior in the galaxy stage and his physique was above the standard. He Chongyang ran ashore with the harpoon and mumbled, "You dare to say it again? If you keep talking, I'll stab you." Jiang Xiao grinned and said, "You stab me when you can't stab your fish. You're really promising." A harpoon really flew towards him, apex. Chapter 736. Alien Sphere, Birch Forest Tribe. "Isn't this guy the mightiest and most majestic one here?" Jiang Xiao sat next to a campfire, watching the savage uncle in the yard sharpening stone tools. He whispered to the girl beside him. He Chongyang nodded like a chick pecking rice, the bone earrings on his earlobes swaying. "He's the strongest. When I was young, he was the captain of the gunners." Under normal circumstances, it would take a certain amount of effort to sharpen a stone into the shape he wanted. However, the savage tribe was born with sharp teeth and claws, which made everything simple. This savage uncle was also a person who made weapons for the tribe all year round. Stone spears, stone knives, wooden bows and arrows were mostly made from his wooden house. The savage uncle glanced at the blueprint and kept speaking in the savage language with the two young apprentices. They seemed to be communicating about something. Then, the savage uncle used his sharp nails to carve marks on the stone again and again. The scratches became deeper and deeper each time. Soon, a tender cow 5 cubes was out of the oven. Jiang Shao looked at the weapon curiously. Is this a hammer? The savage uncle compared the blueprint given by Jiang Shao and directly scratched it on the spot. He forcefully scratched the tender cow 5 cubes into a heavenly halberd. Miraculous! Scratching only took a few minutes, but retouching took half an hour. Jiang Shao felt that it was good enough several times. It was already beautiful enough. However, seeing the savage uncle's serious look, Jiang Shao was too embarrassed to say anything to dispel his enthusiasm. Jiang Shao suddenly said, "Oh yes, little Chongyang, did your mother say anything about bronze and iron?" Chongyang blinked and said, "I don't have any impressions." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "I don't know if there are things like copper and iron here. Even if there aren't, there should be better materials than stone, right? Why does the birch forest tribe still use stone products?" Chongyang looked at Jiang Shao curiously and said, "Is the material important?" This time it was Jiang Zhao's turn to be stunned. "Of course it's important. It should be said that it's very important." Chongyang rubbed his little head and revealed his trademark silly smile. "I don't know." Jiang Shao glanced at Uncle Savage thoughtfully and said, "When we go out to look for minerals, we'll come back and prove Uncle Savage's reputation." Chongyang asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang Shao said, "Make him a real blacksmith." At the side, the savage uncle suddenly said, "Our situation here is rather special. Our only enemy is the ape ghouls. To them, iron products are as fragile as stone products. The ape ghouls can break them easily. What's important is the person using the weapon and whether the star power covering the weapon is sufficient. That's the fundamental reason why the weapon won't break." Fright, the savage uncle spoke. The longer he lived in the birch forest tribe, the more Jiang Shao felt that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. Perhaps one of the savages could speak the human language. It was amazing. Uncle Savage said, "Wood resources can be regenerated and there are many stone resources too. Moreover, it will be more convenient for us to build. So that it would be easier for you to cut out the pictures? To put it bluntly, you're just lazy?" Jiang Shao had reservations about what Uncle Savage said. He still felt that the better the material, the more impressive it was. Putting aside the weapons, just the defensive effects of armor would be different from those of iron. However, Uncle Savage's words reminded Jiang Shao that Madame Zhu Yu had already helped them find a way to make iron. That should be the case, right? Otherwise, Uncle Savage wouldn't have such knowledge and wouldn't be able to understand what Jiang Shao was saying. If that's the case, we should develop vigorously and strive to enter the Iron Age. Jiang Shao asked curiously, "Uncle, do you have a name?" Uncle Savage's hair was disheveled, and he stared intently at the heavenly halberd while using his sharp nails to draw carvings on it. "Madame Zhu Yu calls me Stubborn Craftsman." Jiang Shao said, What sauce? Is it so cute? Is it worthy of your disheveled hair and rugged face?" Stubborn Craftsman casually swung the heavenly halberd and said with satisfaction, "This weapon is very peculiar. There are 2 crescent-shaped stone blades on both sides." "Let me see." Jiang Shao hurriedly grabbed it and stabbed it forward. Where's skill proficiency? Internal star map, get up and get to work. At the same time, Jiang Shao, who was in the Ka-Tor residence on Earth, was staring at the prince in front of him helplessly. Yes, Beiyu Katua was already a real prince at this moment. Coach! Hurry, how should I summon it? Teach me the secret. Beiyu's body lit up with a long-haired ghost star map, and he looked at Jiang Shao eagerly. Jiang Shao couldn't help but grin and think, how would I know what your lousy star map is for? However, he was certain that the ghost star map was a warrior star map and not a rules star map. Beiyu's star techniques were all warrior star techniques, and according to his introduction, he was more adept at absorbing and using star techniques that were related to spears. All of a sudden, a message appeared in the internal star map. Activate basic skill, Heavenly Halberd proficiency. Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, do I have to be so detailed? The Heavenly Halberd should be a type of halberd, right? Why isn't it halberd proficiency? Why does it have to be Heavenly Halberd proficiency? Doesn't it just have an extra crescent-shaped blade compared to ordinary halberds? Is there such a huge difference between the usage of the double-eared halberd and the single-eared halberd? In the strange ball, Jiang Shao held on to the 2-4-meter-long heavenly halberd and stood in front of him. He looked at He Chongyang and said, now, let me teach you the technique of using the heavenly halberd. He Chongyang sat on the ground and tilted his head while looking at Jiang Shao curiously. Really? Do you know how to use it? Jiang Shao glared at He Chongyang. I really want to add the skill points to you. Who wants to learn this weapon? Isn't the Xia family's giant blade good enough? Isn't the Jiang family's flower blade good enough? Why do you have to learn something that only short-lived ghosts and honor guards use? On Earth, Jiang Shao directly threw 9 skill points into the internal star map. All of a sudden, the Heavenly Halberd proficiency in the third panel of basic skills rose from brass quality level 1 to silver quality level 0. Damn it! Jiang Shao felt that his head was filled with a large number of skills. This Heavenly Halberd is a little fierce? As he thought about it, Jiang Shao continued to invest 100 skill points into the internal star map. It's okay, I have money, Heavenly Halberd proficiency, gold quality level 0. Damn it! Jiang Shao was taken aback. What kind of techniques are these? Are they that powerful? Alright, gold quality is more or less enough. If I want to upgrade another level, I'll need another 1,000 skill points. There's no need for that. The current level is more than enough to teach He Chongyang. He Chongyang looked at Jiang Shao curiously and asked, do you really know how to use it? Jiang Shao humphed coldly. Do I know how to use it? Don't ask me if I know how to use it. Just tell me what you want to learn and that's it. Jiang Shao looked down at He Chongyang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and said, all right, disciple, hurry up and kowtow to me. He Chongyang was taken aback and asked in a panic, Jiang Shao, are you going to die? Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. He Chongyang stood up in shock and hurriedly grabbed the corner of Jiang Zhao's clothes. Don't die. Jiang Shao asked awkwardly, what do you mean by dying? He Chongyang said, my mom said that kowtowing is for the dead. Jiang Shao looked at He Chongyang and said, you can also kowtow if you want to learn from a master. Sigh, forget it. I was just saying. Here. Jiang Shao handed the heavenly halberd to He Chongyang. Let's go. I'll take you to the river. He Chongyang said, why don't we learn here? Why do we have to go to the river? I get angry whenever I see a river. Jiang Shao was speechless. He Chongyang said, if you teach me here, the people of the Birch Forest tribe can also learn this skill from you. At the side, the savage, stubborn craftsman looked at Jiang Shao curiously, seemingly eager to give it a try. He used to be a member of the savage spearmen. When he got older, he formed a small team to provide weapons for the tribe's combat team. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, this heavenly halberd has something in common with a spear. Thinking of this, Jiang Shao said, it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2. I'll go talk to Chief Brew. As he said this, Jiang Shao walked away and turned to the stubborn craftsman. Dig out another heavenly halberd, a smaller one suitable for little Chongyang. The stubborn craftsman nodded and said, "If you want to teach spear skills, remember to tell me." Jiang Shao waved his hand. "No problem." Little Chongyang carried the heavy heavenly halberd and followed Jiang Shao happily. There was also an advantage to the little girl hugging the heavens halberd. Because she was hugging it tightly, when she ran, the bone necklace in front of her chest made a jingling sound, making Jiang Shao feel that the world was a lot quieter. Jiang Shao soon arrived at the grotto at the foot of the mountain. After the guard at the door reported, Jiang Shao and He Chongyang walked in. "You're here, little Chongyang." Bruce sat on the stone chair with a gentle smile on his wrinkled face and looked at He Chongyang. "Humph." He Chongyang turned his head and did not want to talk to Chief Brew. Ever since Jiang Shao met Chief Brew, He Chongyang had been throwing a tantrum with Chief Brew. Jiang Shao went straight to the point. "I'm going to teach here." Brew looked at Jiang Shao curiously and asked, "Teach?" "Yes." Jiang Shao nodded and continued, "The physique of the savages is excellent and you should be brave and good at fighting. You're also good at using guns, swords, and bows. You've also built a solid foundation. I want to promote you guys." Brew looked puzzled. "What do you mean by improve?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "It's to improve your combat skills." Brew's eyes lit up. "Really? My clansmen have told me more than once about your martial arts, and your saber techniques have long spread throughout the birch forest. Many saber soldiers wish to receive your guidance, but I have stopped them all." Jiang Shao waved his hand casually and said, "Madame Zhu Yu is regarded as a god and is respected by all of you. You also take good care of little Chongyang. I can see that your intelligence is above a certain level and you also have a grateful heart. I will reluctantly help you." Bruce stood up and cupped his fists in a Chinese salute. "On behalf of the 153 soldiers, I first thank you for your help. You have already gained our gratitude and respect, and the degree is still deepening. Thank you." Jiang Shao said, "Not only the sword, but also the spearmen and archers. Organize them all. I will teach you everything you want to learn." Brew was speechless. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "You don't know, but standing in front of your door is the world-recognized offensive kaleidoscope." Brew asked, "What's a kaleidoscope?" Jiang Shao said, Forget it, forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Hurry up and organize them. We will teach the spearmen today. It's so hard to speak. I thought I had already pretended to be a bee, but you tell me that you don't understand at all?" Brew hurriedly shouted at the entrance of the tunnel, and a guard immediately walked in. Jiang Shao looked at He Chongyang and said, "You go with him to organize. Remember to bring the stubborn craftsman." He Chongyang followed the guard and ran out. Jiang Shao looked at Patriarch Brew and said, "I also have a small request." Brew nodded, also knowing that the main topic was coming. Jiang Shao said, "I have a few comrades who live in the snowfield all year round. There is no day or night, no 4 seasons. There is only an endless forest and snowfield, and there is only coldness." Brew nodded silently and didn't say anything. Jiang Shao said, "They are in the so-called upper dimension. I didn't bring them here because the alien ball is too dangerous, but the safety of this birch forest is obviously beyond my expectations. If possible, I want to bring them here." Before Brew spoke, Jiang Shao continued, "There are a total of 3 comrades and a child. The child is only 5 or 6 years old this year. I don't have the ability to bring him back to my planet. I can't bring him home. But I think I can give him a good environment to grow up in. I can give him day and night, spring, summer, autumn, and winter." Brew fell silent. After a while, he said, 4 humans. Jiang Shao said, "You can rest assured about them. They are all soldiers of my country and have excellent personal qualities. They will definitely live in harmony with you and will never do anything out of line. I saw how you treated little Chongyang, so I thought, why not?" Brew said in a deep voice, So you're teaching our tribe martial arts for the sake of negotiating terms? Jiang Shao smiled and said, I don't think so. I just want to have a good relationship with you guys. Bru's expression was sullen, and he suddenly remembered that Jiang Shao still had a hold on the birch forest. If Jiang Shao really wanted to do something, he could just threaten them. Jiang Shao said, They are pretty strong. In terms of rank, they have already reached the level of the witches and wizards. I believe that they will become the guardians of this place. After all, this place is relatively closed, isn't it? There will always be people who enter this place by mistake, and there will always be creatures that enter this place. If it weren't for me, I don't know how many casualties your tribe would have suffered under the Ape Ghoul King's team of more than 100 ape ghouls. I will soon leave to explore this world, and they will always stay here. This will also be their home. Believe me, especially that family of 3. Nothing can move them more than a stable living environment. If something really happens in the birch forest, that couple will become your powerful helpers. With Bru's wisdom, he had already figured out what the final outcome would be. He didn't want to and couldn't go to the last step. The birch forest was his route. Bru said, I'm very willing to accept them. Jiang Shao nodded gratefully. Thank you for taking me in. When I come here again, I'll bring some useful knowledge. Those warriors are also highly skilled in martial art. Your soldiers can also receive their training. I believe that the birch forest will become more and more prosperous. Bru nodded and smiled. Thank you for your blessing. Jiang Shao smiled and said, Believe me, if that day really comes and you receive my blessing, you won't thank me. Bru was speechless. 4,400 words, please get some tickets top. Chapter 737. 10 days later, outside the Birch Forest tribe, by the river, there was a series of calls. Hey! Hey! He Chongyang stood at the front. Although she was small, she was the leader of the team. She was training with more than 100 spearmen. This was real training. At least on the surface, it looked like they were all practicing martial arts. When Jiang Shao taught others before, he would only teach 1 or 2 apprentices at most. However, this was the first time he was teaching a team of more than 100 people. As he could not take care of everyone, Jiang Shao could not teach them step by step. Therefore, the bait Jiang Shao and the original Jiang Shao worked together to search for the halberd martial arts performance routine on the internet. Most importantly, Jiang Shao combined his gold-quality halberd mastery to create a set of practical halberd training routines on the basis of his actual combat skills. At this moment, the barbarians were painstakingly training their halberd routines. They were definitely not putting on a show. Every move and every stance was used to teach the halberd how to use it. Every part of the weapon was used in different situations and what effect it had. Creatures like the spearmen might not have high attainments in spear techniques, but their basic skills were unquestionable. In other words, they all had a strong foundation. As they were tall and strong, their physical qualities were terrifying, so they were very suitable to walk the path of the halberd. Jiang Shao directly changed their weapon type to halberd soldiers, and they were all halberd soldiers. In just 10 days, He Chongyang had already trained well. She had a basic understanding of the halberd's offensive and defensive methods and corrected her old wrong point of force. Behind every fancy move, there was the most basic support. Jiang Shao believed that as long as they did not find it boring or hard, Jiang Shao could bring them to play some tricks the next time he came back. However, this was a matter for future advancement. For now, he had to practice the most basic skills first. In fact, Jiang Shao did not only change the spearmen of the Birch Forest tribe to halberd soldiers, but also changed the blade soldiers to giant blade soldiers. It could not be helped. The physical qualities of the savages were too good. Jiang Shao was envious. The man's blade was really suitable for this kind of two-handed heavy weapon. Why use a single blade? All of you, get on the giant blades. If the Fangtian halberd technique was obtained by Jiang Shao through cheating, then the giant blade technique was something that Jiang Shao had painstakingly cultivated step by step. Hence, he was more qualified to speak. Regarding the giant blade regiment, Jiang Shao was also more adept at training them. Various basic movements and technical points had long been deeply engraved in Jiang Zhao's mind. What really surprised Jiang Shao was, even if the savage tribe's talent in cold weapons was lower than He Chongyang's, it was not much lower. Jiang Shao could even imagine how powerful the Birch Forest tribes, Heaven's Halberd Army, and Giant Blade Army would be in the future. Jiang Shao had really treated this place as his future survival base on the alien planet. He wanted to build an Otherball army, the extremely powerful White Birch Forest Army. Hence, Jiang Shao turned his attention to the ordinary savages. In the lower dimension, be it the spearman, the swordsman, or the female archer, they were all of the silver quality. But here, they were all of the gold quality. The lowest level savages who did not know how to use weapons were all of the brass quality, so they were greatly weakened. In this other ball, the unarmed savages still existed, and they occupied more than 50% of the White Birch Forest tribe. They were the same as the other weapon-using savages, all of the gold quality. What did the battlefield want? It wanted cooperation. How could the Fangtian halberd army and the Giant Blade army work together? Why not some cavalry and shield soldiers? Cavalry. The conditions were limited, and it was difficult to achieve in the White Birch Forest, but the shield soldiers could exist. Jiang Shao did not know the reason, but the unarmed savages were naturally averse to using weapons and were extremely resistant to it. He did not know if it was caused by the rules of this world. But under the command and persuasion of Chief Brew, some of the savages followed Jiang Zhao's instructions and picked up the shield. What made Jiang Shao feel sad was that no matter how much Jiang Shao practiced, he could not master the shield technique proficiency. Forget it, it was better to focus on the team's cooperation. The happiest were the female savage archers. They received Jiang Zhao's promise that in future battles, there would be a strong shield in front of them, so they could let go and have less worries. The evolution from individual battles to team battles, although only simple tactical cooperation was added, the combat ability of the savages had increased exponentially. Unlike the Heaven Halberd Army and the Giant Blade Army, when Jiang Shao taught the female archers, he did not teach them the basic. Their foundation was already solid enough, and there was no change in the way of weapons, so Jiang Shao was only playing with them. What he taught was the advanced version of archery skills. The female savage archers showed amazing talent in archery, and they quickly mastered several archery techniques. In various combat situations, they learned how to ensure the best shooting plan. Rapid shooting, projectile shooting, running shooting, multiple arrows. This group of mop spirits with dreadlocks loved Jiang Shao to death. Knowing that Jiang Shao loved to eat grilled fish, the leader of the female archers sent people to deliver fish to He Chongyang every day, which made He Chongyang grit his teeth. Logically speaking, there were hundreds of savage archers in the team, and they were not made from the same mold. Hence, there had to be a few who were passable. The female archer leader was one of the passable ones. Although she was not in line with Jiang Zhao's human standards of beauty, at least her looks were acceptable. The female archer leader could speak Chinese too, and it was said that she had a good relationship with Madame Zhuyu. Her name was also given by Madame Zhuyu, Xia Wucha. Jiang Shao really hated himself for not coming earlier and not being able to see Madame Zhuyu with his own eyes. Stubborn craftsman, Xia Wucha, she was simply a genius at naming things. Jiang Shao did not intend to let this group of female savage archers be too comfortable. They had been doing what they were good at in their own comfort zone. However, Jiang Shao felt that although they were long-ranged professions, they still had to have a certain level of close combat ability. When the opponent broke through the line of defense and rushed to the front of the archers, The archers would at least have a way to fight back instead of swinging their bows and fleeing in all directions. Hence, Jiang Shao dragged all the female savage archers and some of the ordinary savages and began to train them in dagger technique. The female archers learned to use daggers as an additional ability to protect themselves, but the other group of ordinary savages learned to use daggers as Jiang Shao was prepared to train them into professional assassins. However, according to their body proportions, the daggers in their hands were like short knives to Jiang Shao. No matter how he looked at it, they did not seem like they were going to launch sneak attacks or assassinations. Their large daggers looked more like they were going to fight on the street. He hoped that they would wear more clothes in the future and hide their daggers. Yes, he hoped so. During this time, Old Brew also came to the river to inspect. Watching his soldiers receive training from Jiang Shao, Old Brew's heart was filled with emotions. Lady Zhu, you could be considered to have enlightened the savages, but Jiang Shao had provided unimaginable help to the white birch forest in the field of combat. In this foreign planet where there were no laws and only fists spoke, improving combat ability meant improving survival ability. During this time, Jiang Shao also did something meaningful. He solved the problem of Chief Brew and taught him how to write the words White Birch Forest. He also set up a plaque and hung it on the gate of the savage tribe. Everything seemed to be in order, everything was thriving, no matter what was waiting for Jiang Shao in the future. He was always preparing to make his family stronger and stronger. At the same time, on Earth, in the Ka Tua mansion. In the backyard of the Ka Tua mansion, a cloud of dust flew and sparks flew everywhere. Two figures slid backwards, leaving a long trail behind them. After the dust dissipated, a tall man with fluffy hair tied with a red strip of cloth on his head held a golden-red alloy rod on his shoulder and stared at the young man with the heavenly halberd opposite him. Zhongji has a boorish man, and the capital has a fierce battle. It was the captain of the Great Sage team, Sun Dashing. Finally, the Great Sage and the toxic healer exchanged blows. It was a probing battle, and even though both sides were very restrained, it still seemed to be earth-shattering. The red cloth tied around Sun Dashing's forehead was only slightly lower, so it didn't tie up his thick bangs. His eyes were hidden behind his bangs, but even so, Jiang Shao still felt that he was firmly locked on by the other party. Jiang Shao held the heavenly halberd in his hand and carried it behind his back. He looked at Sun Dashing from afar and said, "Don't fight with the three of you together. You'll lose easily." Sun Dashing was dumbfounded. Due to Sun Dashing's combat characteristics, he had a deep understanding of the star techniques of the Shadow series of Tianjin and used them the most frequently. Hence, every time they fought, it was basically a situation where there were more than one of them. Jiang Zhao's words pierced through his heart. Sun Dashing put down the rod on his shoulder and held it in his arms. He reached behind his head and undid the red strip of cloth on his head. He moved the cloth up and pushed away the thick bangs on his forehead, revealing a pair of blazing eyes. Sun Dashing said, "Oh no, junior brother. I thought you gave it your all in the World Cup." Jiang Shao pulled out the domineering heavenly halberd and pointed it at Sun Dashing from afar. They all thought that was my peak, but in fact, it was just the beginning. At the side, the Chinese experts were playing with the bear as usual and observing its daily life. However, after a few rounds of sparring, the experts had already been attracted by the battle. Yuan Zhu was holding a camcorder in his hand, which was supposed to record bits and pieces of the bear. However, at this moment, he had already pointed the camera at the battlefield. In the courtyard, Ho Mingming's breathing quickened slightly. She was extremely excited and fascinated by the battle of such a level. Beside Ho Mingming, Zhao Wenlong was sitting cross-legged on the grass with a thermos flask in his hand. He was blowing on it gently and looking like he was watching a good show. Prince Beiyu was holding his mobile phone and recording the battle while introducing it. "This is my coach, this is my coach. I won't be using the hidden blade tomorrow. I'll learn this ancient Chinese weapon from him. A whistle sounded in the building of Ka-Tua residence. Jiang Shao looked up, only to see Nya smirking mischievously and leaning against the window on the third floor. He seemed to be enjoying the show. Beat him up. Xiaopi. Use all your strength. Fu Hei was sitting on the windowsill and looking down. You have to look like you're going to fight. Don't stop. I'll shoulder the responsibility if the residence collapses. I'll save everyone and I'll protect them all. Jiang Shao looked at Fu Hei angrily and said, Shoulder my ass. I'm the highest ranking officer here, okay? If second last wants to start, she'll start with me. Fu Hei flicked his pigtail and said, Young people should act like young people. How can you achieve great things if you're overcautious? At most, you'll be fired like me. What's the point of being the tail feather team? Let's be teammates. Look at my team members, Zhao Wenlong and Ho Mingming. You're the only shield warrior in our team. Jiang Shao was speechless. On the other side of the window, Tengu looked at the two mischievous fellows and said, Be human. In the courtyard, Sun Dashing whistled at Jiang Shao and said, Focus, you'll die easily. Jiang Shao turned around and pointed his heavenly halberd at Sun Dashing. Do you want to be my White Gate Tower? Sun Dashing smiled and lowered his head, looked up, and gripped his rod tightly. Why don't you give it a try? Oh, it's time to get serious, Nya said excitedly as he leaned his elbow against the windowsill. Fu Hei said, I bet that Xiaopi will win. Nya asked, Bet on what? Tengu said, That doesn't seem appropriate. What are you guys doing? A hoarse voice suddenly sounded. The great sage and the toxic healer, who were ready to strike, froze on the spot. Second last walked into the backyard with a slightly plump man and said, I told you to wait for orders, not to risk your lives. Second last then looked up at Ka-Tua residence with a stern gaze, only to realize that there was no one at the window. Jiang Shao was already stomping his feet and cursing in his heart. Fu Hei, didn't you say that you would carry it? The residence hasn't collapsed yet. Why are you running faster than anyone else? Second last said, It's time to go. Second last then turned around and left with little Meaties, Wolfheart. At the side, Sun Dashing put down the red cloth and covered his eyes with his bangs again. He then followed behind quietly. Munch, munch. The black and white candle bear took a bite of the apple and waved at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao waved at it awkwardly and turned around to follow. White Gate Tower, wait for me. Sun Dashing pursed his lips awkwardly and hastened his footsteps. Jiang Zhao's voice sounded from behind. What's the matter? Where's your imposing manner just now? The tower? Has it collapsed? Sun Dashing was speechless. I've been writing 4,000-word chapters for the past few days. I hope everyone has fun reading them. Ask for some tickets top. Chapter 738. Wolfheart was a code name. He was one of the members of Zhang Wenqing's team and was 28 or 29 years old. It was worth mentioning that he was a civilian. Any star warrior would feel that the wolf heart was meaty. It wasn't because Wolfheart was plump, but because his face was meaty. The profession of star warriors was closely related to physical fitness. Second last was leading a top-notch team, and the members of her team were naturally the cream of the crop. How could there be lazy star warriors? Perhaps everyone's body structure was different. Some people's flesh was really growing on their faces. That also made Wolfheart look simple and honest. Although he had the word wolf in his code name, he always looked harmless. Wolfheart had many star pets. To be exact, he had many wolf-type star pet. He was the star warrior who was the closest to the profession of star pet trainer in second last team. The North was rich and the Jiangnan was rich. Wolfheart came from the Northland Autonomous Region. He was a star warrior who grew up at the foot of Mount He and came from a large family. He had 4 different forms of Mount He wolves, 2 of each type, and they all came from the Mount He dimensional space. The Mount He dimensional space was named because it was located at the foot of Mount He. However, it was very different from the starry sky in Daming Province. The geographical environment under the starry sky in Daming Province was the same, but it was divided according to the level of danger of the creatures. The Mount He dimensional space in the Northland Autonomous Region was also the same, but it was divided according to the time. Daybreak, daybreak, dusk, night. The 4 different forms of Wolfheart came from the 4 different forms of the Mount He dimensional space. At that moment, the military vehicle carrying the assassination squad was driving through the wilderness. Outside the military vehicle, the Daybreak Wolf was running through the wilderness at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Shao leaned against the window and looked at the day wolves running on both sides of the road in front of him. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. That snow-white giant wolf didn't have a single strand of hair on its body. Its body was at least 3 meters long, and its appearance was very similar to the wolves on Earth. Its 4 limbs were strong and powerful, and it was much more powerful than the images in the book. Jiang Shao sat in the back seat and couldn't help but turn around to look at Wolfheart. You have 2 of each form of Mount He Wolf? Haha, yes. Wolfheart nodded and looked especially honest when he smiled. Jiang Shao asked, Wolves alone take up 8 of your star slots? Wolfheart nodded and said, I like them, and they like me too. Jiang Shao said, Since you have a precious star map of an astral pet warrior, why don't you try other astral pets and increase your offensive and defensive means? To Jiang Shao, he should at least have a star pet that could fly. How about one that could swim? Astral pets that could scout, attack, and defend. Anyways, it would be perfect to have a few functional astral pet. Wolfheart said, There's a reason why my code name is Wolfheart. Jiang Shao asked curiously, What? As a light chaser of the tail feather team, he was not familiar with some of the members of the subordinate team. Jiang Shao was indeed too busy, and his focus was not on Conkind. He was indeed incompetent as a commander. As a light chaser of the tail feather team, he wasn't familiar with some of the members of his team. Jiang Shao was indeed a little too busy, and his focus was not on Kong Kijinda. Wolfheart said, My star map is the heart of a wolf. Jiang Shao blinked like a kindergartner. Wow, Wolfheart said. Even if I have the qualifications to be a star pet trainer, I'm afraid I'm only compatible with the Mount He Wolf clan. Jiang Shao asked, Have you tried other wolf-like creatures? Wolfheart's face was full of confidence and pride. They're enough. Jiang Shao nodded in agreement. The 4 forms of Mount He Wolf have different star techniques and advantages. They're indeed enough. Jiang Shao then paused, for he sharply sensed that someone was approaching. Whoosh! 2 huge white wolves leaped up and scurried into the convertible military vehicle. Wolfheart reached out and touched one of the wolf heads gently. The day wolf turned into star power and fused into his body. Wolfheart was about to take back the second star pet when Jiang Shao said, Don't take it back. Let me take a look. Wolfheart caught the heavy wolf, stroked its snow-white fur, and placed it in the middle of the back seat. He said with concern, You must be tired. Lulu. The day wolf's body was too large, and there were 2 people squeezed in the back seat. Hence, it had no choice but to lie on Wolfheart's knees and stick its head out of the car. Its snow-white fur fluttered in the wind and Jiang Shao could see its back view. Jiang Shao reached out and gently stroked its fur. Lulu. The day wolf turned its head. Its pupils were black and the rest of its eyeballs were snow-white. It looked rather terrifying. Don't bite me. Jiang Shao patted the white wolf's butt. You can't bite me. Wolfheart was speechless. The day wolf slowly turned around and placed its strong front legs on the back seat to support its massive body. It then looked down at Jiang Shao, and the pupils in its eyes became smaller and smaller until they really became a dot. Its entire eyeball was about to turn white. It bared its teeth slightly and revealed its sharp teeth, after which an extremely dangerous aura approached Jiang Zhao's face. Bye. Second last, who was in the passenger seat, turned her head around and reached out to stroke the day wolf's fur. Lulu, the day wolf, became much more restrained and turned its body to sit on the back seat. It then leaned its massive body forward. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and looked at Wolfheart. Is your star pet very close to second last? Wolfheart stroked the day wolf's fur and said, When Sir summoned me to join the team, there was a very interesting story. Jiang Shao was immediately interested. What is it? Wolfheart laughed and said, I still remember the scene of 8 wolves besieging a lynx. Jiang Shao froze for a moment before asking excitedly, Did you record it? 9, second last said while hugging the day wolf's head and stroking it. Jiang Shao asked, What? Second last said, 9 wolves besieged me. How could he have had the time to record it? Wolfheart scratched his short hair awkwardly and said, 8, I think? The daybreak wolf and I should be considered one, right? Second last said, take it back. Wolfheart patted the day wolf's back, and the majestic day wolf immediately turned into spots of starlight that fused into his body. Second last said, Remember our goal. When we reach the city later, keep a low profile and make sure that Jiang Zhao's sound of silence will make the first move. Don't let him escape again. As they spoke, a shabby sedan drove towards them. The military vehicle stopped slowly and the 4 of them got out of the car. 2 young men who were dressed in ordinary clothes alighted from the shabby car opposite them. The young man said, 16357. Second last nodded slightly and said, 931. The young man hurriedly gestured for everyone to get into the car. Holding on to the heavenly halberd, Jiang Shao suddenly said, Second last, something has happened. Second last asked, What's the matter? Jiang Shao looked at the shabby car in front of him and asked, Where do I put my weapon? Second last said, Throw it back into the military vehicle. Jiang Shao grimaced in pain and looked around before placing the heavenly halberd behind a boulder. The other young man also got into the military vehicle and drove away quickly. The 4 of them immediately got into the car, and the next scene was rather awkward. The 3 burly men squeezed themselves in the back seat while second last sat in the front passenger seat. However, even though she was alone, she was still cramped and could not stretch her legs. Hence, she had no choice but to curl up. Second last did not intend to make herself feel aggrieved. She adjusted the front passenger seat and slid backwards. Jiang Shao was speechless. It was because Jiang Shao was sitting right behind her seat and she felt really uncomfortable. The young man said in broken Mandarin, He's driving a car. Second last sneered and said, He's very conceited. Jiang Shao also completely recognized the uniqueness of the mission target, which was completely different from the female leader Conkind. The female leader was a person who did great things and was very responsible for her life and career. And this leader is actually driving a car? Indeed, she's a mercenary. She's indeed a tool. My life is so colorful, huh? When second last said that their destination this time was an urban area, Jiang Shao was already very bewildered. Jiang Shao even thought that the other party had controlled the entire city, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Now that he heard what the other party was doing, Jiang Zhao's evaluation of the mission target plummeted. Maybe Westerners really love this? The young man who was driving said, They think they're hiding well, but we've been keeping an eye on them for some time. They're now in the old city, under a pile of ruins. Ever since the Dark Hall opened the dimensional space in the old city, the residents there have all evacuated. It's now a pile of ruins. You don't have to worry about hurting the innocent. Jiang Shao could tell from the young man's words that he was implying something else. What does he mean by, don't have to worry about hurting the innocent? This young man is trying to kill the other party. It seems like he's trying to avenge the other party. As the shabby car drove into the city, Jiang Shao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Katur residence was a high-end villa, and Minoya City should be the most prosperous city in Kongjind. This was the real standard of Kongjin. The so-called urban area was just a large town with yellow dirt roads and dilapidated buildings. It was probably similar to the 1970s and 1980s in China. There were many people there, and it was a bustling scene in front of Jiangshao. It was said that ever since the turmoil in Kongjin, the villagers of the nearby villages had all been gathered there for the sake of the military's protection and their own survival. Second last asked, "Underground?" The young man nodded and answered, "Yes, underground. It's very hidden and enclosed." Second last said, "Jiang Shao." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" Second last said, "Change of plan. You'll flash in yourself and Silent Dragon will attack first. 5 seconds later, the three of us will charge in." The young man who was driving got a great shock and said, "Sir, there are dozens of Dark Hall survivors there, and a large number of experts have gathered there. If we charge in directly, I'm afraid." Second last glanced at the young man without saying anything. The young man opened his mouth and couldn't help but exclaim agitatedly, "This is a God-given opportunity. We really can't waste it like this. It's too difficult to find traces of them again." Sun Dashing, who was sitting in the middle of the back seat, leaned forward slightly and pressed his hand on the young man's shoulder. "Do what you need to do." The young man grimaced in pain, for Sun Dashing was really forceful. Second last reached out to grab the rearview mirror and changed the angle. She then looked at Jiang Shao and asked, "Do you understand?" Jiang Shao curled up in the back seat and placed his feet on the back of the passenger seat. He said in displeasure, "Had I known this would happen, the three of you wouldn't have come." Jiang Shao said, "How about this? You guys open the trunk and wait in the car. I'll handcuff him and throw him in the trunk in the time it takes to light a cigarette." The young man who was driving was dumbfounded and subconsciously wanted to look at the rearview mirror in a bid to see who was talking to him. However, the rearview mirror had already been commandeered by Second Last. Second Last looked at Jiang Shao in the rearview mirror and asked, "Where are the remaining dozens of Dark Hall survivors?" Jiang Shao looked out of the window impatiently and said, "They have to be dead or alive." Second Last said, "Alive." Jiang Shao said, "Okay, the few of you block the entrance and handcuff each one that comes out." Everyone was speechless. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 739. In the Ruins of the Old City. The group of 4 got out of the car early and walked all the way through the ruins. The 4 of them were the best of the best. Coupled with the fact that they had deliberately hidden themselves, it was indeed difficult for them to be discovered. There was also a dark red daybreak wolf walking beside Wolfheart. The color of its fur should correspond to the color of the sun that had just emerged from the horizon. The huge daybreak wolf bit Wolfheart's sleeve gently and tilted its head in the direction of their 1 o'clock. Second Last discovered the guard on the second floor of the ruins almost at the same time. She bent her finger and gently tapped the back of Jiang Zhao's head before tilting her head slightly. She was exactly the same as the daybreak wolf's guidance. Jiang Zhao covered his head and looked at Second Last in displeasure. Second Last glared at Jiang Zhao and gestured for him to hurry up and take action. Jiang Zhao pursed his lips and thought, "All right. Why are you so fierce?" A ray of cold light appeared first, followed by a spear. "Ahem, it's all over." "Silence, let's go." Jiang Zhao, who had deliberately adjusted the golden silence, prohibited all the star warriors from using their star techniques in the silence domain. He also tried his best to prevent the sound from spreading out. Golden silence was still alright, but if it was platinum silence or diamond silence, there would be additional damage to the targets in the area and it would cause a painful blow to the enemy. In such a situation, the natural reaction of the enemy's body would make them make some slight sounds such as coughing. Jiang Zhao's figure flickered and entered the silence domain. He stood behind the guard and strangled his neck. Second Last said that she wanted him alive, so he decided to give him to her. Jiang Zhao locked his arms around the guard's neck, and in less than 10 seconds, the guard stopped struggling. Jiang Shao tried his best to strangle him for a few more seconds, and after ensuring that there was nothing wrong, he finally let go of the guard. The guard's body seemed to have turned into a puddle of mud as he slumped onto the ground. Logically speaking, Second Last was rather serious and responsible when it came to missions. If there were only 2 of them, Jiang Shao could directly show them the spacetime rift that he could use to teleport. He could also disguise himself as a guard and sneak into the underground. There were many ways to complete the mission. However, just like the young man who was driving just now said, it was a rare opportunity. In the young man's opinion, the team was rather reckless, but in fact, Second Last was already very responsible. The 3 of them stuck close to the ruins and quickly walked along the dilapidated street, approaching an abandoned factory step by step. The factory was large and had an underground warehouse, but now it had become a gathering place for Nicholas Odin. Sniff, sniff, the daybreak wolf's nose twitched slightly. He looked forward and tiptoed on the street, following the special aura to guide the guards at various locations. Along the way they dealt with a few close combat sentries. Only now did the great sage realize that Jiang Zhao's true stage wasn't the World Cup, but the arena of life and death. Moreover, Jiang Zhao's forte might not be in getting into a stance or fighting head-on, but in sneak attacks and assassinations. Besides, that was under the circumstance that they were still alive. If Second Last gave the order to assassinate the enemy, Jiang Shao would definitely be more efficient. However, logically speaking, the remaining members of the Dark Hall were not members of the top organizations in the world. The real powerhouses of the Dark Hall had already died together with their leader in the previous battle. Although the remaining guys had a certain level of strength, they were definitely not the best. The team of 4 soon approached the dilapidated factory. Second Last clenched her fists and raised them to the right, gesturing for them to stop. Second Last turned around and looked down at Jiang Shao with a solemn expression. She said softly, "We'll go in 5 seconds." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "You're overestimating me. How can I handcuff Odin in 5 seconds? It'll be fine if we can find him, but the problem is that I have to find him first. 5 minutes is more like it. Give me some time." Second Last frowned slightly. She was the only one who knew what Jiang Shao could do. After some hesitation, she gave Jiang Shao her utmost trust. Second Last said, "Okay, 5 minutes. Don't let him escape. You can summon us in advance. Just use the invisible earpiece to call us. Remember, he can move at high speed, camouflage, and transform into a butterfly." Jiang Shao nodded gently and Second Last continued, "There are 2 people in the factory. They're at the front and back of the factory. Be careful." Jiang Shao kept that in mind and was extremely excited. It was his first time carrying out such a mission. It was simply a new experience for him. "Odin the great god. I'm your brother. I'm coming to kill you." At the next moment, Jiang Zhao's body flashed and he disappeared without a trace. Silence plus teleportation, Jiang Shao had become the king of assassinations. Fortunately, the enemy members did not have a star technique like Body of Steel. Hence, members of that level did not seem to be able to obtain such resources. Due to the special nature of the organization, they could not be seen by others. Hence, the location that they were guarding was rather hidden, which allowed Jiang Shao to carry out his work smoothly. Only 2 guards? That's a little too little, isn't it? At the front door of the warehouse, Jiang Shao strangled the guard's neck and gently placed him on the ground. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the domain of silence, Jiang Shao would have already whispered a lullaby into his ear. There was another guard at the back door of the warehouse in the distance who was in the diamond-quality domain of silence. The bearded guard's face was flushed and he opened his mouth wide, trying to shout something. He was also trying to escape from the domain of silence, but his movements seemed to have been restrained and he seemed to be trying to swim out of the water. His movements were rather slow in the dilapidated factory. Jiang Shao looked around and tiptoed forward. He found the entrance to the basement and threw another diamond spell of silence at the guard. The guard felt dizzy and couldn't stand it anymore. He bent over and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Shao lowered his head and looked at the stone steps that he was walking down. After thinking about it, he raised his hand and threw another diamond spell of silence at the guard. Under the silence of a few diamonds, the guard's originally flushed face had turned ashen, and his heart had also turned ashen. Great God! Just give me a quick death, don't hit me with this star technique again. Damn it, what kind of star technique is this? Jiang Shao made up his mind and his body suddenly flashed. The guard vomited blood as he finally crawled out of the domain of silence. However, Jiang Shao, who had suddenly appeared at the edge of the domain of silence, punched the back of his head and knocked him out. Jiang Shao kicked the guard and flipped him over. Immediately afterwards, his body transformed and became exactly the same as the guard. A middle-aged man with a big beard and wrinkles on his face appeared in this world. Jiang Shao turned around and strode down the stone step. He walked down the steps, and the closer he got to the heavy iron door, Jiang Shao could hear the buzzing and vibrating sound. Oh my God, this is amazing! Are these people dancing in the disco? Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. He walked to the door and knocked on it. Open the door. Check the water meter. Kacha. The small window on the door opened and a man looked out. When he saw the bearded man, he said something impatiently and opened the door while muttering. The man asked, Yen percent hashtag at? How could Jiang Shao understand that? He elbowed the man away and walked inside. When he saw the scene inside, Jiang Shao was stunned. Didn't they say that there were only 30-odd people from the Dark Hall? There are at least 100 of them here. These people were all handsome men and beautiful women. Where did they find all of them? Move and hit. Move and hit. Jiang Shao was thinking about it and felt a little dizzy. The sound waves were too strong and he would hit the ground even if he didn't sway. It was simply a group of demons dancing. They seemed to be having too much fun, as if they wouldn't live to see tomorrow. In the dim environment, the light balls were spinning. Jiang Shao had no idea where they got the equipment from. The colorful lights shone on Jiang Shao. In the large underground storage room, Jiang Shao quickly found a man who was sitting on the sofa and hugging two beauties. The area was slightly empty and there were a few people who seemed to be bodyguards standing there, separating the noisy dance floor from the rest area. The man was lying comfortably on the sofa with a beautiful woman in one hand and a bottle of beer in his mouth. His posture was rather strange. He was lying on his back with a bottle of beer in his mouth. He didn't even need to use his hands to support himself as he drank the beer in one gulp. Looking at Nicholas Odin's drunken expression, Jiang Shao couldn't help but stroke his big beard. This kid can really drink? Jiang Shao looked around in the crowd and randomly found a beautiful woman who was twisting her body and dancing to her heart's content. After carefully observing for a while, Jiang Shao plunged into the crowd and walked through the crowded crowd. While the lights were dark, Jiang Zhao's body turned illusory. This place was too chaotic and gloomy. Demons danced about in a frenzy, so no one paid any attention to these things. When the lights flickered again, a beautiful woman had already made her way through the crowd and walked towards the rest area. A bodyguard stepped forward and gestured with his hand to stop her. This bodyguard clearly recognized this beautiful woman. After all, he had already passed all the people who were having fun here, so the guard didn't react too violently. Beautiful woman Jiang shouted into the room, Hey! Hey! Nicholas tilted his head and flung the beer bottle away. He then looked over in a daze. Beautiful woman Jiang blew him a kiss. Nicholas laughed out loud and nodded at beautiful woman Jiang. Beautiful woman Jiang stepped forward and pounced into Nicholas' arms. Oh, Nicholas hurriedly let go of the two beauties. Beautiful woman Jiang took the opportunity to open her arms and push the two beauties on her left and right away. With a slight force, the two women were pushed away. Beautiful woman Jiang resisted the pungent smell of alcohol and struggled out of Nicholas' arms. She then sat beside him and leaned against his shoulder. She then reached for her waist and took out the star power handcuff. She moved her lips close to Nicholas's ear and said in pure English, "I'll show you a big baby." As she spoke, she held the star power handcuffs in her right hand and put them around Nicholas's waist. From the other side, she handcuffed Nicholas's right wrist. Nicholas froze for a moment and stared at the beautiful woman in front of him with his intoxicated eyes. Beautiful woman Jiang yanked him with her right hand and grabbed his left wrist with her left hand. She then pushed him back. Ka-cha! As soon as the handcuffs were cuffed, a faint blue light flashed and the star power handcuffs took effect. At close range, beautiful woman Jiang suddenly turned into Jiang Shao. All of a sudden, the two beauties who were pushed away were stunned and the bodyguards were dumbfounded too. Jiang Shao placed his elbow on Nicholas' shoulder and tried his best to bear with the sound wave. He tilted his head and asked, "I heard that you run fast, know how to disguise yourself, and can even transform into a butterfly and fly away?" Nicholas was dumbfounded. Apex. Chapter 740. Nicholas sobered up and struggled to get up before slamming his head against Jiang Zhao's forehead. Bang! Nicholas felt a little dizzy. He had already drunk a lot to begin with, and now, he felt even more dizzy. Jiang Shao grabbed the chain on Nicholas's handcuff with one hand. Although he couldn't use all his star techniques at such a close distance, endurance was a passive star technique that was added to the physical fitness of a star warrior. This was a diamond-quality great endurance. "How dare you hit my head?" Jiang Shao was displeased and slammed his head back. Bang! Nicholas's forehead collided with Jiang Zhao's forehead, producing a painful sound. Under the huge impact, Nicholas's body leaned back and he fainted on the sofa. Jiang Shao grinned and thought, "Little guy, you want to fight with me? I'm a toxic healer, but I'm stubborn." Leader! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Two bodyguards immediately pounced over and yelled. One of them even seemed to be petrified, but after getting close to the star power handcuffs, the rock bodyguard also turned back into his physical body. The chaos here attracted the attention of a small number of people. However, in this chaotic and noisy scene, the majority of the people on the dance floor did not feel anything and continued to play crazily. One of the bodyguards pressed Jiang Shao down and began fighting him in close combat, while the other hurriedly ran out with Nicholas. They had just taken a few steps when the star power handcuffs were far away from them. Hence, the star power of the bodyguard and Jiang Shao, who were fighting on the sofa, returned. "Qing Mang, let's go!" Jiang Shao gently raised his elbow, and the bodyguard who was restraining him with great force suddenly disappeared without a trace. The scene was rather comical. Initially, the two of them were entangling each other like octopuses and looking for opportunities to hit each other's vital parts. Besides, the bodyguard was stronger than Jiang Shao, so it was really difficult for Jiang Shao to escape in a short period of time. At the moment when their star power returned, bang! The bodyguard flew straight up and slammed into the ceiling, embedding himself in the cement roof. At this moment, the people who were happily playing on the dance floor heard the loud bang and turned to look. Not far away, the DJ who was swaying to the rhythm also took off his headset and stopped the music. Bang! Diamond silence, soul imprint. Jiang Shao stood on the sofa and stretched his hand out, aiming at Nicholas and his bodyguards who were fleeing in panic. Since the crowd was densely packed, it was inevitable that the diamond silencer would hit someone else. Jiang Shao was elated about this. Come on, come on. Everyone has a share. All of you like to sing and dance, right? At the same time, Jiang Shao threw out a ray of countercurrent light and connected it to the guard embedded in the roof of the cement shed, quickly sharing his star power. Ah! Murder! Murder! As the group of people in the diamond silence domain fell to the ground and vomited blood, the stunned crowd on the dance floor finally fell into chaos. They did not know what kind of output star technique it was, but it must be very painful. It seemed to be able to cause internal injuries. Silence! Jiang Shao shouted loudly. However, it was useless, everyone was running away, and no one paid any attention to him. Jiang Zhao's eyes narrowed. Some of the surviving members of the Dark Hall had started to attack. Without a doubt, they would explode as soon as they came into contact with Jiang Shao. However, it was too chaotic and noisy. Jiang Shao had no idea which of them were the surviving members of the Dark Hall and which of them were the ones they found to sing and dance with. Damn it! I don't care who you are. Kill them all. It turned out that Jiang Shao was rather humane. If there were only 30 or so surviving members of the Dark Hall, Jiang Shao would have activated Diamond Silence and smashed them. However, there were civilians here, so whoosh! At the next moment, a pillar of light with a diameter of 8 meters landed at the exit, and the huge pillar of blessing completely blinded everyone's eyes. The rich light of blessing poured down and flowed with star power that was as dense as water. A large number of light spots of blessing passed through the pillar of light and splashed outwards. Anyone who came into contact with the slightest bit of it would stiffen up. The crowd at the exit suddenly let out a strange guttural sound. That scene. TSK. No matter how beautiful the scene was, the thick beam of blessing light continued. Within the 8-meter-wide beam of light, a group of figures trembled and fell to the ground. Not far behind the pillar of light, those who were not affected were dumbfounded. What kind of star technique is that? Why is it so holy? Is that a medical star technique? What had happened to them? Is it comfortable or painful? They couldn't be blamed for not recognizing blessing and silence. Jiang Zhao's star power was simply too high in quality, and the effects of his star techniques were worlds apart from what everyone knew. Blessing was supposed to be a small pillar of light. Yet, it was now an 8-meter-wide pillar of light that was overflowing with holy light and even splashing stars. Who would be able to recognize that it was blessing? Silence was supposed to prohibit people from using star technique. But now? The first effect of Jiang Zhao's silence was to make people vomit blood. It also had the effect of confining the body. Who would think that it was silence? The crowd was no longer crowded, and they hurriedly retreated. To their surprise, another platinum blessing was cast behind them. Boo-hoo, cough, burp, hiss. Now, the people who were confused finally knew what it felt like to be hit by the pillar of light. It was only platinum blessing. Jiang Shao had the ability to cast diamond blessing. However, diamond blessing was more ferocious and Jiang Shao couldn't control it. He was afraid that he would faint from the blessing. The surviving members of the Dark Hall that were hidden among the young men and women were no longer able to hide themselves. One by one, they jumped away. Their bodies were as nimble as loaches as they tried their best to dodge the pillars of light and the sprinkling of blessing stars. All sorts of star techniques immediately attacked Jiang Shao. Sensing that something was amiss, Jiang Shao flashed away. He dodged a series of bombardments and waved his hands continuously, after which he cast a few more shots of diamond silence. Jiang Shao had been paying attention to his mission target. He vaguely saw Nicholas and his bodyguard who were being smashed. They were moving extremely slowly, and were struggling to crawl out of the domain of silence. Jiang Shao threw out another countercurrent light and connected it to Nicholas. The criminal leader was in a miserable state. He was controlled by Jiang Shao from beginning to end and didn't even use a single star technique. In the end, he even became a power bank. Jiang Shao thought about it and decided to treat Nicholas better. Hence, he raised his hand and cast a platinum blessing at him. This, after all, second last wanted him alive. What if Nicholas was smashed to death by the sound of silence? Hence, he had to heal him. As long as one was alive, they had to be reasonable. On the other side, Nicholas was dizzy from the sound of silence, and his blood was surging. He knelt on the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood while struggling to crawl out of the domain. However, it was extremely difficult for him to move in the confined space. Finally, Nicholas had succeeded. His head finally popped out of the sound of silence, as if he had emerged from the deep sea. He breathed in the dirty air on the dance floor. At this moment, holy light had descended. Nicholas felt comfortable. He felt completely comfortable. He no longer vomited blood and felt better. His injuries had also healed quickly. However, he had completely lost consciousness. Jiang Shao charged while attacking and dodging from time to time. On the dance floor, the colorful lights kept spinning and shining on a person who was performing fancy maneuvers, strong healing, instantaneous flash, forceful control. Amidst the sound of silence and blessings, the chaotic and noisy dance hall finally quietened down. The people in the underground warehouse could be divided into 3 categories. The first category was those who were crawling slowly on the ground with flushed faces and blood coming out of their mouth. The second category was those who were in a daze and were so comfortable that they had become mentally retarded. They were lying on the ground like mud. The third type was the culprit of all this. It was the little toxic healer who was muttering, "I'll hit you if you move," and forcing himself to dub his voice. When Second Last walked in with the great sage and Wolfheart, they saw that the place was in a mess. There were bodies all over the ground and a bunch of people who were in a daze. Heh! Second Last took a deep breath. There were more than 100 people in the underground warehouse, but none of them were spared. Not one more, not one less. They were all here. Not a single one escaped. On one hand, it was because there were only 20 to 30 star warriors among the 100-odd people, and the remaining members of the Dark Hall were not the best. On the other hand, if Second Last were present, she wouldn't be surprised to see the violent holy light array intertwined with the terrifying sound of silence. Second Last turned to look at Jiang Shao, who was carrying the dizzy Nicholas and walking towards them. The mission was completed just like that? Was it because the mission was too simple? No. Second Last had a lot to say about that. She had led some people to chase after Nicholas once, and she knew how good Nicholas was at escaping, how good he was at disguising himself, and even how good he was at transforming into a butterfly that allowed him to hide in unexpected places. However, Jiang Shao managed to catch such a troublesome criminal leader just like that? What did it mean to win without any bloodshed? What did it mean to do it with ease? So, it wasn't that the mission was too simple or that the target was too weak. Instead, the person who carried out the mission had changed. Great Sage, bring Nicholas back and throw him into the military vehicle. You can watch over him personally, Second Last said. Wolfheart, contact the soldiers who are on standby outside and ask them to rush over as soon as possible. Bring everyone back, no one is to be left behind. Yes. Yes. Wolfheart and the Great Sage agreed, but they couldn't help but glance at Jiang Shao before turning around to leave. Jiang Shao looked around and speculated. I think that one looks like a star warrior. That one and that one over there. They all look like a star warrior. Second Last placed a hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said softly, I always treat you like a child. Jiang Shao said casually, Yeah, I'm still a child, Second Last said. The answer sheet you handed in is perfect. You meet all my requirements for you. Jiang Shao smiled and said, It's comfortable to be with you on missions too. I also want to be presumptuous for once. Anyway, you can cover for me. Anyway, I had a good time today. Second Last said, You can stay with me forever then. Jiang Shao hurriedly shook his head and said, No, I think I'm still too young and inexperienced. There are too many things that I lack. I should go back to school and learn more about culture and knowledge, train hard, and lay a solid foundation. Second Last glanced at Jiang Shao with a smirk and said, Sooner or later, you'll show your true strength in front of the world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's expression turned solemn. After staying silent for a while, he said, "I hope that day will never come. You and I both know what that day means. I hope that I can always live a relaxed and happy life." Second Last patted Jiang Zhao's head gently and said, "According to the trend of the opening of the holy ground, that day might not be far away. Get ready." Jiang Zhao grinned and said, "Let's fight head-on then. Even if the sky falls, there's someone bigger to hold it up." Jiang Zhao then looked up at Second Last. Second Last was speechless. By the way, Jiang Zhao suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Second Last. He blinked and asked humbly, "Teacher Second Last, how do you say the word metal in Russian?" Second Last was dumbfounded. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 741. 3 days later, Jiang Zhao left. After successfully completing the mission to capture Nicholas, Jiang Zhao's journey in Concogind came to an end. As for the reason, it was because the mastermind had been found out. Even so, they did not have the ability to arrest him immediately. Firstly, that person or force was not in Asia. Although there was only one mastermind, after a thorough investigation, the identity of the other party was revealed, which was enough to mean a lot. Once the problem involved another powerful force, it would not be something that could be solved by the tail feathers alone. Putting aside whether they were capable enough, the tail feathers were not qualified enough. Next, it was time for Second Last to report everything truthfully about Concogind and China. Jiang Zhao left with the black and white candle bear. Before he left, he also gave Ms. Dilian and the contact information of the Yuanzhou researcher. He hoped that one day, Ms. Dilian's wish would come true and the country would really restart the Dragon Cave exploration plan. The Star Beast Joint Research Institute in the Northwest and Southwest had already gotten everything they wanted. The next step was to cultivate the combination of the ordinary candle bear and the bamboo bear. It was a long process, and no one knew what the final outcome would be. Ms. Dilian merely told Jiang Zhao to keep the communication line open because she might still have some questions to ask or require his cooperation. Of course, Jiang Zhao agreed and boarded the military plane back to the capital after Ho Mingming and Zhao Wenlong sent him off. Outside the military plane, Ho Mingming and Zhao Wenlong stood with their hands behind their backs, and their postures were exactly the same. Jiang Zhao did not even have the mood to wave goodbye. Sigh. These two are really... Don't come if you don't want to wave goodbye? Are you trying to act cool in the airport? At this time, if Zhao Wenlong suddenly put on a "let's go" pose to the military plane, it would be very interesting. Unfortunately, he was not that mischievous. Jiang Zhao curled his lips and retracted his gaze from the window. He secretly complained in his heart, "Two boring souls." The one who suffered the most was Prince Beiyu. Jiang Zhao had only taught him for half a month at most. Just from the point of view of dagger techniques, Beiyu was quite satisfied with Jiang Zhao's teachings. However, Beiyu had already taken a fancy to Jiang Zhao's ancient halberd. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to learn much from it and was even reprimanded by Jiang Zhao. Why did a kid have to pick the weapon of the god of war? Look at your broken star atlas, you look like a resentful wife. You could play with daggers, scissors and white silk or poison, gossip, and so on. You could barely connect with the star atlas. But why did you use the sky piercer? Have you ever seen a resentful woman stab her husband with a halberd? We have to be reasonable. On the military aircraft, Jiang Zhao looked at the internal star map in boredom, feeling rather satisfied with his performance at this stage. He had figured out the path to the upper dimension of the snowfield, picked up a little savage from the alien sphere, and nurtured the Birch team. He had also successfully completed his mission with the Guardians of the Night. Most importantly, with Madame Dilian's permission, Jiang Zhao could finally show his black and white candle bear to the public. Jiang Zhao acutely discovered that the words "golden red candle flame cub" mutated, black and white, silver quality level 0, on the fourth plate of his internal star map had disappeared. In other words, the little guy had finally grown up? The black and white candle bear cub, platinum quality level 1, at the bottom of the first dependent form did not change. Did the bamboo bear still not enter the growth stage? However, its body size was already very big. The Shadow Ruins was still very effective. Before coming to Conkind for the Star Beast Research Institute to observe and study the black and white candle bear, the bear had been staying in the Shadow Ruins and growing rapidly. In the past 2 months, the bear's body size did not change much. Jiang Shao pondered for a while. After all, this was a transport plane full of star warriors. Jiang Shao planned to immediately throw the bear into the Shadow Ruins and continue to nourish its body with the rich star power environment. Come to think of it, Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue had also lost nearly 2 months of cultivation time in the Shadow Ruins. Jiang Shao sighed and wondered how they were doing now. It had been more than half a month since they last met. Fortunately, it was only the end of May, and Jiang Shao could make it to Shanghai Tianqing's wedding in late June. In the middle of the night, the transport plane passed by 2 cities and finally arrived at its final destination. Along the way, Jiang Shao was already at a loss for words. He even thought that he was on a passenger plane. A military transport plane with a freaking stop? Not only did it stop, it even had to wait for a few hours? Is this a passenger plane in the skin of a military plane? Jiang Shao lowered the brim of his hat and hugged the mighty and domineering heavenly halberd. He curled up in the corner and fell into deep isolation, regardless of whether Bei Yu's star map was that of a disgruntled wife. Jiang Shao was definitely one at this moment. Even though Jiang Shao kept a low profile, the soldiers on and off the military plane also discovered his identity. However, no one asked him for an autograph. Jiang Shao walked out of the military plane and took a deep breath. The temperature in the capital at the end of May was still acceptable, but it might be because it was late at night. Hence, it was neither hot nor cold. Jiang Shao refused to be picked up by the military vehicle and disappeared without a trace through a spacetime rift. I don't care if I'm allowed to use star techniques on Earth. If the higher-ups want to blame me, I'll let second last take the blame. Jiang Shao was indeed bored out of his wits during the flight. Eager to return home, he immediately teleported back to the Maple Forest estate in the middle of the mountain. The capital was not an ordinary big city, especially since the distance between the military camp in the western suburbs and the Maple Forest estate in the southern suburbs was rather long. However, Jiang Shao still headed straight to the house that Xia Yan rented. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's spacetime rift was only of diamond quality. He wondered how far it would be able to teleport after it was upgraded. It would be perfect if Jiang Shao could teleport directly from Kongjin to the capital in the future. Planes, high-speed trains, and whatnot, I'll just have to say goodbye to them. That would save him a lot of time and cost, and his star technique would even have great strategic value. Regardless of where on Earth second last was, Jiang Shao would be able to reach her in seconds. What kind of standard is this? This is top-notch catching adultery. Yes, rescue. The living room of the house was pitch black, but the lights in the kitchen nearby were still on. Jiang Shao was slightly surprised and subconsciously looked at his watch to see that it was 3 a.m. sharp. Did Husky sneak up to eat supper again? Jiang Shao casually placed his school bag on the coffee table and carefully placed the heavenly halberd on the ground before tiptoeing to the kitchen. Jiang Shao initially wanted to scare Xia Yan, but he saw a heart-wrenching scene. Xia Yan was seated at the dining table, or rather, she was lying on the dining table with chopsticks in one hand and a bowl of noodles in the other. She tilted her head and rested her head on the hand that was holding the chopsticks while sleeping soundly. Jiang Shao walked in quietly, only to see that there was still half a bowl of noodles left, while Xia Yan's face was full of fatigue. Did she fall asleep while eating? What did she do? Why is she so tired? Jiang Shao gently patted Xia Yan's back and said softly, Xia Yan, wake up. Okay. Xia Yan moaned in her sleep and was still sound asleep. However, she seemed to have subconsciously smelled the fragrance in the bowl again. Then, she actually moved her chopsticks. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Xia Yan, who was sound asleep, actually started eating noodles again. As she ate, Xia Yan actually woke up. She opened her sleepy eyes, smacked her lips, and looked around in confusion. Jiang Shao moved the bowl of noodles to the side and forcefully snatched it from Xia Yan's hand. Although she was half awake, she was still very protective of her food. Xiaopi, you're back. Xia Yan looked at Jiang Shao in a daze and smiled. She stood up in a daze and wrapped her arms around Jiang Zhao's neck. Jiang Shao said, Shall I heat up the noodles for you? No need. Xia Yan rested her head on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and rubbed it from left to right. The soup in her mouth and the noodles on her face were all smeared on Jiang Zhao's clothes. Jiang Shao hesitated and said, Why don't you wake up and wash up before going to sleep? However, Xia Yan's even breathing could be heard and there was no response. Impressive, Yan. You can even sleep standing up? You can fall asleep while eating noodles and wake up while you're asleep. You can talk when you wake up and fall asleep while talking. How many days and nights has it been since she slept? It was obviously inappropriate to wake her up to wash up at this time. Jiang Shao gently picked Xia Yan up and returned to the living room before activating the Shadow Ruins. The Shadow Ruins was not only a sacred place for cultivation, but also a good place for recuperation. There was obviously no problem with her body. The Capital Star Warriors had such a large team of wasteland reclaimers. It would not be a problem to find a medical Star Warrior to help her heal her body and restore her vitality. She was so exhausted that it should be due to mental exhaustion. Jiang Shao leaped into the Shadow Ruins, walked to the single bed, and put Xia Yan on it. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao summoned the baby bear and the black and white candle flame. He even deliberately said to the black and white candle flame, Don't be naughty. Don't disturb this girl's sleep. Oh! The black and white candle bounced out of Jiang Zhao's star chart. Just as it was about to have fun, it was scolded. Suddenly, the black and white candle was unhappy, pursing its lips and lowering its head, face. Ring ring, the two rattling bells floated down and reunited with their old friends. They were overjoyed and kept circling around the black and white candle flame. Squeak, go over there and play. Just don't disturb her. Jiang Shao squatted down and pinched the cheeks of the black and white candle flame smilingly. The black and white candle flame immediately became happy again, and its eyes burned brighter. It then chased after the two rattling bells and hopped away. Next to Jiang Shao, there was only the baby bear left. As for the baby bear, there was nothing to remind it of. Jiang Shao was still interacting with the black and white candle flame, while the baby bear had already fallen asleep on the ground. Jiang Shao placed his hands on his hips and looked at the furry and round baby bear helplessly. He could only shake his head and sigh. Jiang Shao turned his head and looked at Xia Yan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He still couldn't trust the other medical Star Warriors, so he raised his right hand and cast a silver blessing at Xia Yan. Xia Yan murmured softly in her sleep before turning over and continuing to sleep. Jiang Shao jumped out of the Shadow Ruins and put the heavenly halberd in before closing the space door. It was quiet in the Shadow Ruins, and the faint sound of bells could be vaguely heard. A minute later, the door of the Shadow Ruins opened again and Jiang Shao jumped in with the sleeping Han Jiangxue in his arms. He wanted to check on Han Jiangxue's condition just now, and as expected, Jiang Shao saw the equally exhausted Han Jiangxue in her bedroom. There was only one single bed and Jiang Shao couldn't kick Xia Yan down. While in a dilemma, Jiang Shao saw the round bear lying on the ground. Well, you're still of some use. Jiang Shao carefully put Han Jiangxue down and let her lean against the furry body of the baby bear before lying down. He took off his guardian of the night uniform and put it on her before closing the door of the shadow ruins. Looking at the two of them sleeping soundly, Jiang Shao secretly wondered, what mission did they go on? Chapter 742. In a daze, Xia Yan woke up from her sleep. She opened her sleepy eyes, only to see a dim starry sky. At this moment, Xia Yan couldn't help but think to herself, who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? Oh yes, my name is Xia Yan. I came from the kitchen at home. I'm going to wait a minute. I came from the kitchen? Where's my big bowl of noodles? Truth. That bowl of noodles is a little expensive. Xia Yan propped herself up with one hand and rubbed her forehead with the other. Although she was in a daze, she felt extremely comfortable and energetic. Xia Yan shook her head from side to side, causing the crisp sounds of bones cracking. She then strode off the bed, only to see that Han Jiangxue was lying on the humming bear while wearing a black military uniform and sleeping soundly at the foot of the bed. Wow, my Jiangxue is so beautiful? Xia Yan secretly marveled in her heart. The only thing that spoiled the mood was that there was still half a noodle hanging on the black guardians of the night uniform. I wonder which idiot managed to eat the noodle all the way up to his shoulder. Xia Yan muttered and realized that Xiaopi had returned to bring them to the Calamity Ruins to recuperate. Xia Yan frowned. There seemed to be some blurry memories in her head. It seemed that she really dreamt that Xiaopi had returned, and she even dreamt of eating noodles. Anyway, it was just a dream and the timeline was rather messy. Hence, she didn't take it seriously. The problem was, could it be that the dream was real? While thinking about it, she heard the sound of rapid breathing approaching from afar. Xia Yan turned her head to look, only to see Jiang Shao, who was drenched in sweat and running towards her. Judging from his posture, he seemed to be running laps. Jiang Zhao's body seemed to have been fished out of the water. How long did he run for? Hearing the rapid breathing, Xia Yan strode forward and blocked Jiang Zhao's path. You're awake. Jiang Shao ran over and couldn't help but bend down, place his hands on his knees, and pant heavily. You're so desperate. Xia Yan reached out to rub the buzzcut boy in front of her, but it was covered in sweat. Xia Yan hesitated and looked at Jiang Shao in disdain before finally giving up. Jiang Shao tried to catch his breath and said, What did you guys do yesterday? When I came back, you guys slept like pigs. Xia Yan frowned and said, You're the pig. Jiang Shao grinned and said, Have you forgotten how you ate and slept at the same time? Xia Yan blinked and asked, Huh? Jiang Shao said, That's not the best. You know, you eat until you wake up. That scene is simply perfect. Shut up, shut up. Xia Yan seemed to have realized something as she blushed and hurriedly reached out to cover Jiang Zhao's mouth. However, she wiped off her sweat and hurriedly retracted her hand before shaking it off in disdain. Jiang Shao walked forward and motioned for Xia Yan to follow him. After that, it Jiang Yan and said while Xia Yan. While taking a stroll and adjusting his breathing, Jiang Shao asked, Tell me, what did you guys do? While walking, Jiang Shao adjusted his breathing and asked, Tell me, what did you guys do? Jiang Shao asked, What's the matter? Xia Yan said, 6 days ago, the Capital Star Warriors won the lottery. The dimensional space was opened in the school. Jiang Shao was shocked and couldn't help but recall that a year ago, He Su, Wu Yao, and Song Chuanxi were still in Year 4 and were preparing to participate in the World Cup. Everyone was happily eating hot pot when they encountered the dimensional space of Judge Yen. Jiang Shao frantically asked, Judge Yen? Xia Yan nodded and said, There's Judge Yen, Black Rock Mountain, and 2 yokes. I'm really drunk. Jiang Shao was filled with hatred. At the thought of how exhausted Han Jiangxue looked, Jiang Shao couldn't help but blame himself. He should have stayed by her side. Out of concern, Jiang Shao asked, Are you guys all right? Xia Yan said, We didn't go to Judge Yen. The other instructors of the Wasteland Reclaimers and the Victor's Legion have gone in. As the Wasteland Reclaimers, we went to the Black Rock Mountain in the prison. Jiang Shao heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good, that's good." Xia Yan pursed her lips and said, "Good my foot. Guess where the holy ground of the Black Rock Mountain is? It's at least 800 kilometers away." Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yan with a dumbfounded expression and asked, 800? 800 kilometers? Jiang Shao had been to many dimensional spaces, and there were some that were further away than the holy ground. However, most of the holy ground was only 300 to 500 kilometers away from the gate of the dimensional space. How unfortunate are Xia Yan and the rest. Xia Yan said with a pained expression, "Otherwise, how could we have stayed there for 6 days? We're almost going to throw up." Thanks to our abilities, we managed to get through the daunting experience in the Black Rock Mountain. If I were to stay in Judge Yen for 6 days, you wouldn't be able to see me again. Xia Yan then looked at Jiang Shao pitifully and reached out to pinch the corner of his drenched shirt. "Xiaopi, are you afraid? If I say it's gone, it's gone. It's been hard on you." Jiang Zhao's words were sincere. Finding the holy ground was not a simple matter of finding the way and rushing, especially for the dimensional space of the Black Rock Mountain. There was no need to introduce the creatures there. The fake military training of the Capital Star Warriors University came from the famous pain of the Black Rock Mountain. It was hard to imagine what kind of mental damage Xia Yan and the rest had suffered in there. It's the most difficult thing to organize the teams from various places to go back. Due to the distance, we have to ensure that the teams searching in other directions have to go back first before we destroy the holy ground. Before they go back, we'll have to stay in the holy ground. It's a nightmare, Xia Yan said with a lingering fear. Jiang Shao still wanted to say something, but Xia Yan suddenly smiled and changed the topic. However, to be honest, Zhao Zijian is not bad. Zhao Zijian? The freshman at the peak of the nebula stage, the medical awakened appointed by Qin Wanchuan to take over Jiang Zhao's position in the team? Xia Yan muttered, "Silence, countercurrent light, blessing bell. He has everything he needs, but the effects are too poor. When I first brought him into battle, I really wanted to slap him to death. What lousy bell. Putting aside the fact that the medical light is thin, Bell can't even calm me down. And that lousy blessing, the beam of light, is thin and small. It's different from your big An." Xia Yan stopped abruptly. After pausing for a few seconds she continued, "I thought he could use blessing to kill the black fire demon, just like you. You healed it so much that you started to doubt your life and eventually burned yourself to ashes. What happened in the end? Ah, forget it, I won't talk about it anymore. I'm tired." The corners of Jiang Zhao's mouth twitched. "Do you really think your god of skin is given to you for free? You won't be able to find another person like him in this world." Unexpectedly, Xia Yan did not refute him. Instead, she said, "That's right. Usually, it's the healer in my team who protects me. He's the one who kills by my side, shields in front of me, commands and controls the entire battlefield, and protects everyone else. Look at Zhao Zijian, he even needs my help to guard him. How worrisome." Jiang Shao was speechless. Xia Yan exclaimed, "Say something? How can there be a healer like him?" Jiang Shao asked meekly, "Have I spoiled you too much?" Xia Yan asked, "What's the matter?" Rather helplessly, Jiang Shao said, "Which medical awakened isn't treated like a master? It's the warrior's duty to protect the auxiliary members during team battles. What are you complaining about?" Xia Yan scratched her head in exasperation and thought about it for a long time. In the end, she decided not to argue with Jiang Shao. Instead, she changed the topic again. "Several teams went in to search together, and we were the first to find it. Impressive, right? I'm supposed to cooperate with you, so how can I pretend not to see it?" Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly. "Impressive, impressive. This time, Your Wasteland Reclamation team has really made an appearance in the capital Star Warriors. It seems that it's necessary to be on duty. Xia Yan raised her head proudly and puffed out her chest. Of course. In the middle of the night, our team was the second to arrive at the scene and sealed the door of the dimensional space. Ever since we arrived, we didn't let a single creature from the Black Rock Mountain break into the capital Star Warriors. By the way, Xia Allah is so fierce. She was the first to arrive at the scene. Jiang Shao asked, Xiala? Warden? Ah yeah. Xia Yan nodded. The Black Rock Mountain Space Gate is right next to the prison. Xia Era led a group of Year 3 and Year 4 students who were locked in the small black room and beat us to it. They pushed the Black Rock Mountain creatures back into the space gate. While speaking, Xia Yan smiled and said, When we went there, the forces in the small dark room went all out. They're indeed the students who were locked up in the small dark room. They're really brave and ruthless. Each of them is stronger than the other. Jiang Shao was speechless. Let's not talk about us. Is it fun to be in the Guardians of the Night? Xia Yan turned to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao shrugged and said, I became His Highness's bodyguard and coach and cooperated with the China Star Beast Research Institute to observe the humming bear. I also chased His Highness who was kidnapped and disguised as a woman. I then seduced a criminal leader and arrested him. Wow. Xia Yan opened her mouth slightly and clicked her tongue in amazement. It sounds so exciting. Is His Highness handsome? Jiang Shao said, He's a resentful wife. Xia Yan was speechless. Jiang Shao spread his hands and added, He wants to learn everything. He looks like a newbie. Xia Yan stammered and said, Tell me, how do you seduce people? I just transform into a beautiful woman, find a criminal leader, and then throw myself into his arms. What else can I do? Jiang Shao said casually while walking. You make it sound so easy. Do you think that beautiful women will throw themselves into your arms? Don't you have to find the type that they like? Don't you have to pay attention to the way you dress? You don't even consider the hairstyle and makeup. Xia Yan stopped abruptly. It was because Jiang Shao, who was beside her, had suddenly transformed into Han Jiangshu. Jiang Shui was frowning slightly and her face was full of fatigue, just like when she had just come out of the Black Rock Mountain. She was both mentally and physically exhausted and staring at Xia Yan silently. Xia Yan's heart was about to break. She reached out to hug Han Jiangshu and wanted to comfort her. However, a hand pressed against her forehead. Jiang Shao said, Be more reserved. I'm the one who threw myself into your arms, not you. Xia Yan took 2 steps back and pointed at the tip of Jiang Shui's nose. You. Jiang Shui immediately transformed back into Jiang Shao and said, Anyway, I found a scantily clad foreign girl and threw herself into the arms of the criminal leader. I then handcuffed him. On the other hand, Xia Yan looked like she had been toyed with. Although she had seen Jiang Yan countless times, she had never seen Jiang Shui before. In particular, Jiang Shui's heart-wrenching behavior just now was just right to be stubborn and obstinate. Oh my God! Xia Yan suddenly stomped her feet and exclaimed, You're a drama queen! You're a scourge! Jiang Shao chuckled and said, Shall I show you Chang Yi's version of little Jiangxue? Xia Yan immediately widened her eyes and asked, Huh? Jiang Shao asked, I'm a drama queen? Am I a scourge? Xia Yan was all smiles and frantically waved her hands. No, how can that be possible? Our Xiaopi is the best. He's warm, sweet, handsome, and, damn it, it was extremely rare for Xia Yan to say something like that. It was because Jiang Shao had really become Han Jiangshua's version of Chang Yi. She was dressed in a white dress with a jade belt fluttering behind her. Her long black hair was coiled into a bun, making her look otherworldly. Under the clear light of the moon, her forehead was slightly furrowed, and there was a faint sorrow between her brows. However, all of that happened in just 2 seconds. Before Xia Yan could snap back to her senses, Jiang Shao changed back again. Xia Yan looked at Jiang Shao in a daze. The fairy had turned back into a mortal. No, no more. Jiang Shao walked forward leisurely and said, "Moderate gaming benefits the brain, but excessive gaming harms the body." Xia Yan was stunned for a moment before she chased after him. "I'm already an adult. Do I need you to persuade me?" Jiang Shao grinned and said, "You want the horse to run again, yet you don't want to feed it? How are you going to play the game if you don't top up your money?" Xia Yan was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao said, "Take out a bunch of Void Disaster Shadow Star beads from your pocket and slap them on my face. See if I'll change for you or not." Xia Yan couldn't help but gnash her teeth, as if she was going to chew Jiang Shao into pieces. "Are you a dog?" Jiang Shao stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Xia Yan. Xia Yan hurriedly stood still and kept her guard up. She was extremely nervous, and had already entered a state of level 1 vigilance. To her surprise, Jiang Shao grinned and rubbed his buzz cut while grinning. He then said to Xia Yan, "Woof, Apex." Chapter 743. Drama Queen, Scourge, Drama Queen, Scourge. Xia Yan muttered softly and followed Jiang Shao back. Han Jiangxue had also woken up. At this moment, she was holding on to the uniform of the Guardians of the Night that she was wearing and staring at the wide mask hanging on it. Dong! With a soft sound, Xia Yan kicked away the thing in front of her. However, due to the fact that Jiang Shao had brought her here from home, she was wearing slippers. Hence, she kicked the tip of the half-moon-shaped side blade of the heavenly halberd. "Ah!" Xia Yan exclaimed, jumping up with one foot in pain. She covered her foot with one hand and fell to the ground. "Ha! That's for kicking things." Jiang Shao couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What's that? A weapon?" Xia Yan was really muddled from anger. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kicked it. "Ah, the heavenly halberd. It's a heavy weapon that I've been studying and researching recently. I've discovered that although it's not as powerful as my giant sword, it's really good for both offense and defense," Jiang Shao explained with a smile. "Hurry up and treat me." "It hurts," Xia Yan said in displeasure while looking at the heavenly halberd that had fallen to the side. Han Jiangxue looked over curiously and strode over too, wondering what the two of them were up to. "You're back," Han Jiangxue said. "Yeah, I came back last night. I didn't wake you up because you guys were exhausted," Jiang Shao said casually while giving Xia Yan a blessing. Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "We just completed our mission and Qin Wanchuan gave us 3 days off." Jiang Shao turned to look at Han Jiangxue and couldn't help but sigh. She didn't mention any dangers or hardships. She just brushed it off casually. Is it because she's afraid that Jiang Shao will be worried? Jiang Shao thought about it and decided not to point it out. "Let's go out and get something to eat." Xia Yan also snapped back to her senses and said, "Let's renovate this lousy place of yours. We'll cultivate here in the future. Let's go. We can buy some furniture too. Look at the mewling bear. It's always lying on the ground. I want to buy it a big bed." "You're the one who wants to sleep in a big bed, right?" Jiang Shao cursed in his heart as he opened the door to the Shadow Ruins. By the time the three of them walked out, it was already noon. Jiang Shao was drenched in sweat and took the lead to enter the bathroom. He took a comfortable shower and felt refreshed. After some discussion, the three of them decided to go out to the streets to eat something and go shopping. He could tell that Xia Yan was really planning to settle down in the Scourge Ruins. After lunch, the trio went straight to the Furniture City. Xia Yan was in a good mood, as if she was going to buy a new home. Or perhaps, she simply felt happy shopping. In short, she bought a large bed, a sofa, a table lamp, a refrigerator, and a bunch of other items. She then hired people to send them to Maple Forest in the middle of the mountain. In line with the important principle of "don't miss out on anything," Xia Yan accidentally discovered a huge and luxurious vertical clock when she was shopping. She bought it too. What was even more frightening was that Xia Yan was even nicer than Jiang Shao, the owner. After she returned home, satisfied, she suddenly thought of something. She then took out her mobile phone and bought a huge naughty castle for the black-white candle and the baby bear. At that time, Xia Yan even asked Jiang Shao for his opinion. Jiang Shao, who was dumbfounded, did not quite understand what the mischievous castle was. Later, he found out that it was a huge inflatable castle with all kinds of toys inside, such as an ocean ball, a slide, a trampoline. It was like a small amusement park. Little Candle will love it, Xia Yan said happily. What does Ruffle Bell like? It just floats in the air without hands or feet. It doesn't seem like it knows how to play. Jiang Shao looked upset. That's where we train. This big castle of yours is too big, isn't it? Xia Yan glared at Jiang Shao. Didn't you just tell me that horses will only run if they are given grass to eat? You'll be using pets a lot more in the future. Can't you treat them better? Jiang Shao, Xia Yan muttered softly. I've always rubbed Little Candle and Little Bamboo Bear. Take it as compensation for their mental distress. Han Jiangxue was wearing a baseball cap, and her voice could be heard through the mask. The area of the Scourge Ruins is huge. It's about the size of half a football field. But as you said, the mischievous castle is too big. If we train, we'll be easily affected. Actually, Jiang Shao asked, what? Han Jiangxue said, you're only looking at the surface area. Your Scourge Ruins is very tall. It's about 10 meters high and can be divided into the second and third floors. Jiang Shao nodded in agreement. Xia Yan's eyes lit up and she said, what are we waiting for then? Let's go to the construction materials market and buy wood, sand, and cement. Jiang Shao glanced at the husky and said, come on, you're going to change your profession to construction work in less than 3 sentences. Do you think construction is easy? The MCV will automatically expand with a click of the mouse? Xia Yan asked in bewilderment, MCV? Jiang Shao waved his hand and said, we'll buy a generator later and get a few quieter ones to brighten up the mischievous castle and our resting area. When my decoy comes back next time, we'll learn a few star techniques of the Earth and Stone series. Then, we'll modify the Scourge Ruins and plan out the living area, star pet area, and training area. Wow! Xia Yan's beautiful eyes glistened slightly, seemingly full of hope for the future of the Scourge Ruins. Jiang Shao said, let's go back. What time did they say they'll arrive in the afternoon? Xia Yan glanced at her mobile phone and said, the furniture will arrive at 5 o'clock, but the mischievous castle will only arrive tomorrow afternoon. Jiang Shao nodded and said, let's go back and pack up. At 4:30 p.m., Xia Yan's phone rang. Truckloads of furniture arrived at Maple Forest Estate in the middle of the mountain and were all sent to Xia Yan's home. Some of the furniture was scattered, and after being carried up by the delivery man, Xia Yan requested him to help them assemble it before leaving. The 3 of them could assemble the furniture, but they still had to read the manual and study it for a long time. Hence, it was better to leave it to the professionals. Due to the fact that the gate of the Scourge Ruins was much larger after the upgrade, the assembled furniture could be carried in directly, which saved them a lot of trouble. Even so, the 3 of them still busied themselves for several hours and finally planned out the resting area in the southeast corner of the Scourge Ruins. While Jiang Shao was carrying the bed and placing the sofa, Black and White Candle stood at the side and watched curiously as their master got busy. Beside Little Candle, there were 2 bells floating in the air. The 3 of them had almost the same expression on their faces, causing Xia Yan to approach them several times and pinch their cheeks hard. The 3 of them were probably really curious. No matter how badly they were attacked, they didn't leave. They either jumped or floated in the air as they watched the 3 of them get busy. The large bed was placed against the air wall in the southeast corner. although the bed would fall into a bottomless abyss if it was moved a little. In fact, no one would be able to fall into it because the air wall was very strong. Jiang Shao even imagined that if he were to sleep on the inner side, he would be able to see a starry sky and an abyss every time he opened his eyes. That feeling was simply perfect. However, at Han Jiangshue's request, there were still bedside cabinets on both sides of the large bed. In her opinion, it didn't matter if the headboard of the bed was close to the air wall, but it was better not to do so on the side of the bed. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to sleep well. Desk lamp, wardrobe, sofa, coffee table. Due to the fact that there were no walls, the sofa became a dividing line. In front of the sofa were the few things that Jiang Shao had bought with his own money: a television, a TV cabinet, and a game console. The other thing he spent money on was a weapon rack. He planned to prepare a few more sets of weapons such as giant swords, bows and arrows, and halberds. He placed them all in the weapon rack so that he could use them at any time. As for the game console, it was because Xia Yan reminded him of the scene where he and Han Jiangxue were trapped in Fang Xingyun's Shadow of Calamity ruins when they were shopping. Hence, he decided to buy some entertainment product. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao didn't manage to buy the little tyrant. However, the popular game consoles on the market now were also quite good. They could be played directly by putting in a CD, which was very suitable for the location of the Shadow of Calamity ruins. After all, there was no internet here, so it would be convenient to put in a CD. To be honest, it was difficult for Jiang Shao to use those things. He just wanted to prepare for emergencies. All of them were thrown into the TV cabinet because the other side of the sofa and the TV was filled with fitness equipment. The most useful one for Jiang Shao was probably the treadmill. In the future, he wouldn't need to run laps anymore. He could just run until he died on the treadmill. The fitness equipment of the humans had become an alternative playground for Black and White Candle. After the fitness equipment was placed one by one, Black and White Candle began its big adventure. At this moment, Little Candle was pedaling on the motion bike. He stepped down half a circle, then jumped onto the other pedal, and slid down half a circle again. He hopped back and forth, having a lot of fun. Seeing this, Jiang Shao knew that when Mischievous Castle came, it would probably like the slide inside. Everyone trained and rested in the Shadow of Calamity ruins that day. Jiang Shao worked hard with the fitness equipment. He stepped on the pedal of the motion bike with one foot and gave the other to Black and White Candle. He led it up and down in circles, making Black and White Candle's eyes almost turn into circles. It was like a flaming wheel. Because Jiang Shao was riding very fast from afar, Black and White Candle could only see the pedal on the other side spinning wildly. The next afternoon, when the entertainment facilities for Star Pets arrived, Jiang Shao felt like he was about to explode. "What's this?" Jiang Shao pointed at the 5 small cartriders that were neatly placed and looked at Xia Yan helplessly. Xia Yan chuckled and said, "Means of transportation." Jiang Shao said in displeasure, "Do you really think the Shadow of Calamity ruins is that big? Means of transportation? Don't think that I don't know what you're up to. Look at the leather cushions around the cartrider. You're planning to use the cartrider as bumper cars, aren't you?" Xia Yan said, "Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Don't open your mouth later." Jiang Shao was speechless. Half an hour later, when Jiang Shao jumped into the Shadow of Calamity ruins with 4 bags of ocean balls, the sound of beep, beep, beep approached from afar. Wu Xia Yan cheered excitedly. She held the 2 bells in one hand and shook them back and forth, emitting crisp sounds. She stepped on the accelerator, and it was as fast as lightning. On the front of the car, Black and White Candle was jumping around excitedly with her mouth agape. The star power in her stomach was flowing out of her mouth. Behind Xia Yan, Jiang Shao saw a scene that made him astonished. The baby bear had become a spirit. It was sitting in a go-kart with a large piece of bread in its mouth, and butter all over its mouth. It was holding onto the steering wheel with its furry hands and chasing after Xia Yan while following the sound of the bell and dashing into the distance. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 744. Jiang Shao, Xia Yan, and Han Jiangxue trained in the Shadow Ruins for 3 days, and it was finally time for them to return to school. When reporting, Vice Principal Yang Chunsan looked at Jiang Zhao's spirited expression and chuckled. Good. He was also concerned about Jiang Zhao's mental state, but he didn't ask too much. Given his position and rank, he knew what to ask and what not to ask. Even though Jiang Zhao respected him as a teacher, Vice Principal Yang Chunsan still had a sense of propriety in his words. Of course, Chief Instructor Qin did not ask Jiang Zhao anything about the mission of the Guardians of the Night. As a soldier himself, Qin Wangchuan was well aware of the rules. He simply instructed Jiang Zhao to return to the team and be on duty with the rest of the team in order to deal with any emergencies. Although in terms of frequency, the capital Star Warriors University probably wouldn't open another dimensional space in the near future, no one dared to guarantee it. The normal life of studying and being on duty began again, and there weren't many changes. The daily schedule of being on duty for 1 day and resting for 2 days was very regular. During the 2 days of rest, everyone would enter the Shadow Ruins at night if they had classes during the day. If it was Thursday or Sunday, they would spend the entire day in the Shadow Ruins. Even if they didn't train hard and simply played with their star pets, it would still be extremely beneficial to their growth in such a rich star power environment. Be it Gu Shiren, the team member, or the other 30-odd students in the auxiliary courtyard, none of them had much of a reaction to Jiang Zhao's return. They had already gotten used to this elusive and outstanding student. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, on an ordinary afternoon in mid-June, Jiang Zhao received a mysterious call. In the lecture hall, the teacher on the podium was still lecturing diligently. Jiang Zhao, who was seated in the back row, suddenly felt his mobile phone vibrating. Due to his special profession, Jiang Zhao's mobile phone was basically switched on 24 hours a day. However, to be honest, this special profession didn't make Jiang Zhao much more obedient. After all, Jiang Zhao often spent time in the Shadow Ruins. Hence, there were plenty of missed calls. Usually, Jiang Zhao would only check his missed calls and messages after coming out of the Shadow Ruins. He would just take a glance at the messages, but he basically didn't reply to the missed calls. Because those missed calls weren't from second last, Jiang Zhao looked at the unfamiliar number and thought to himself, this kid is really lucky. If I were any later, I wouldn't have been able to pick up this call. Holding on to his mobile phone, Jiang Zhao bent down and hid it under the desk before picking up the call. Hello, Jiang Zhao. Fart. The foreign accent on the other end of the line made Jiang Zhao grimace in pain. You're the fart. Your whole family is a fart. Jiang Zhao was infuriated. Who are you? I won't accept any interviews. I'll give you a chance to say something. The person on the other side was obviously stunned for a moment and didn't speak immediately. Jiang Zhao said, if you're not going to speak, I'm going to hang up. The other side hurriedly said, I'm Bino from the Kingdom of Sima, Bino Alfonso Baimu. This time, it was Jiang Zhao's turn to be stunned, and he suddenly thought of the unfamiliar figure. Sea Burial King? Wasn't this their opponent in the World Cup, the tall and handsome royal Sea Burial King? Prince Sima's weak voice came from the other side. Can you speak English? I can't understand Mandarin. Jiang Zhao said. Then why did you learn Jiang Zhao? Fart. Prince Bino said. English, please speak English. Jiang Zhao switched to English and asked, why are you looking for me? I'm in class. I'll call you back after class. No, don't. I heard that you obtained an impressive star pet, Prince Bino frantically said. What's going on? Has the news of the humming bear spread overseas? That's not right. Although Madame Delian had already allowed Jiang Zhao to use his star pet, Jiang Shao had never summoned the black and white candle bear in public. The more Bino spoke, the more agitated he became. I saw a misty dragon fighting with a panda. Are they all your star pets? Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment and thought, is there a traitor among us? No, that's not right. There shouldn't be a traitor among the Chinese team. However, it might not be the case for the Ka-To residents. Prince Bino clearly said that he saw the mist dragon and the black and white candle bear fighting each other. In that case, it should have been filmed by the people of the Ka-To residence when the two star pets lost control. Prince Bino asked, where's the star pet of that dragon? Is it a newly opened dimensional space in China? Which star pet is that panda from? It's from China too, right? Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment and said, the dragon isn't mine. I don't know. Panda. What panda? That bamboo bear. Jiang Shao could say anything in English except for bamboo bear. Hence, he simply substituted it with Chinese. Prince Bino said, pig bear. Good, very good. You have a powerful pig bear. Jiang Shao said, damn it, Prince Bino said, are you willing to come to the Sima kingdom to play? Jiang Shao blinked, full of vigilance. What do you want to do? Rob my star pet? Prince Bino said, I'm a prince, not a robber. Jiang Shao said, why would I go abroad for no reason? I told you I'm in school. You guys graduated after the World Cup. I was only a freshman back then. Do you understand? I almost failed my course when I came back. Luckily, my principal stole the answers to support me. Prince Bino said, you should have heard of the Star Pet Trainer Elite Invitational Tournament. Elite Invitational Tournament? Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment, but he smiled and said, yes, I have. Why? The Star Pet Trainer Elite Invitational Tournament was a product of the self-entertainment of the so-called upper class in Europe. Prince Bino asked, how about it? Are you interested in coming to play? Jiang Shao said, isn't that a competition within Europe? Although I don't pay much attention to it, I've never heard of any Asians participating in it. The so-called competition was actually just a gathering. Compared to Glory, it was more like an occasion for making friends. The competition was essentially a big fight. The princes and princesses who had nothing to do would want to have some fun, while the demons and monsters who wanted to build connections would want to get involved no matter what. Everyone would drink and chat while the princes and nobles would compare with each other. Today the royal family would win, and tomorrow the royal family would win. In private, there would be rumors that this princess had an affair the day before and that prince was going to come out of the closet the next day. There was no point in fighting openly and secretly. On one hand, the number of participants was indeed smaller. There was a huge difference between star pets and star warriors. Not every star warrior would have a star pet. That was the first reason. Secondly, having star pets alone was not enough. One had to have a powerful star pet too. That was considered a roadblock that had stopped too many people. Thirdly, and also the most important reason, one might be powerful and have a powerful star pet, but what was the use? We didn't invite you, who are you? I'll bring you along? How many royal families were there in Europe? The relatives of the royal families came in carriages and the people gathered there were all elites and their descendants. Why did you sneak in? Are you trying to assassinate the king? Prince Bino said, it has nothing to do with which continent you're from. Since I've invited you, you're qualified. Jiang Shao was speechless. Indeed, although it was a competition within Europe, it was difficult to qualify even if one was born and raised in Europe. Jiang Shao looked troubled. As a restless person, he was willing to travel far and wide, but he wouldn't get up early if there were no benefits. If he were to participate in this competition, he would be able to see all kinds of divine pets and broaden his horizons. He reckoned that he would also be rewarded with skill points if he won, but should I go just because you ask me to? Wouldn't I be very embarrassed then? Prince Bino continued to persuade. The champion will be rewarded handsomely. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "Do I look like the kind of person who cares about rewards? What's the reward for the champion?" Prince Bino said, "According to the previous rewards, the champion team will be rewarded with a platinum quality cub. Whether you can absorb it or not is up to you. But your star slot should be full, right? It doesn't matter if we get first place, you can use other things to exchange for a star pet cub. You can have anything you want." "Well," Jiang Shao pondered for a while and said, "if I don't go, it'll be a waste of effort if I don't get first place. I still have to go to class." Prince Bino panicked and said, "Sophia said that if you can come, she'll spar with you." Jiang Shao asked, "Sophia, who is it?" "I remember now, it's the second princess." Bino said, Yes, after I lost in the World Cup, she has been mocking me every day. Help me educate her and let her know what Chinese toxic milk is." Jiang Shao had a strange expression and thought, "Prince Bino? Is he shameless? You're Prince Shima. You want me to help you educate your princess and let her know what Chinese toxic milk is? Why do you make it sound like you're Chinese?" "Well." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "I'm not going." Bino said, "You'll gain my friendship and gratitude." Jiang Shao thought of Bayuka Tua, who was far away in Conkind, and said, "It's not like I haven't gained your friendship and gratitude before, Your Highness. I don't feel anything." Prince Bino said, "In that case, the registration fee for this invitational tournament is quite high. If you come and form a team with me, I'll help you pay for the registration fee." Jiang Shao said, "I don't lack money." Prince Bino said, "Since it's an invitation, I have to show some sincerity. In that case, I'll get you a few high-quality star beads as a gift." Jiang Zhao's interest was immediately piqued. The Void Calamity star bead would be great. Jiang Shao opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he realized that he did not know how to say the words Void Calamity star bead. "Oh dear, I'm at a disadvantage because I'm not cultured enough. The good stuff is right in front of me, and I've given you a chance to ask for it. However, the problem is that Jiang Shao doesn't know how to say it. Damn it, thinking about it, Jiang Shao felt that something was amiss. Prince Shima was inviting them so warmly and tempting them with benefits. He reckoned that some people probably wanted to see the black and white candle bear, or even had some thoughts about it. Given Prince Bino's status, how could he come up with such a scheme? His reputation and the reputation of his family. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao fell into deep thought. After some time, Jiang Shao felt that the entire class had quietened down. What's going on? Jiang Shao had been bending over to answer the phone when he saw a pair of sneakers appearing in the aisle. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and looked up in a daze, only to see teacher Xiao Binhao, who was teaching Thinking and Cultivating, standing in the aisle beside Jiang Zhao's table and looking down at him with a sullen expression. "Oh dear, I've been caught in the act of making a phone call during class." In the large lecture hall, the students all turned around to look at the scene and couldn't help but snicker. Teacher Xiao Binhao crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked down at Jiang Shao condescendingly. He berated loudly, "Jiang Xiaopi, I'm in class. What are you doing?" Jiang Shao pointed at his mobile phone awkwardly and said, "A friend insisted on inviting me to a party. I'm here to turn him down." Teacher Xiao Binhao was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao said meekly, "I said no, I still have to go to class. My teacher is very good at teaching and I don't want to miss a single class. I love learning and learning makes me happy." Teacher Xiao Binhao snatched his mobile phone and said, "Come and get it from me after class. Stand and listen." With that, Xiao Binhao took the phone and walked back, but he heard a burst of English voices coming from the phone. What a mess! Xiao Binhao hung up the phone and returned to the podium. He then raised his head and asked, "Jiang Xiaopi, what are the microscopic effects of ideals and beliefs?" Jiang Shao glanced around and answered, It guides us to be the kind of person we want to be and the kind of path we want to take. It encourages us to learn. Xiao Binhao leaned back slightly with a look of disbelief. After being stunned for a while, his expression suddenly changed and he hollered angrily, "Son Xiaosheng, close your book. Ask for some tickets top." Chapter 745. After class, Jiang Xiao humbly accepted Ms. Xiao's criticism and education and finally took back his phone. He carried his backpack and walked to the Wasteland Reclaimer's duty room in the administrative building while searching for information about the elite invitational tournament of astral pet trainers. Just as Jiang Xiao had expected, this tournament was very famous in a certain group of people, but for the majority of people in the world, this tournament was relatively unfamiliar. There was no broadcasting or anything like that. It was not a commercial event, but a product of a small group of people in Europe. Those participants were not short of fame or money. They played their own games and had a natural sense of superiority. They would not allow people from other classes to interfere with their games. There was no such thing as the Astral Pet World Cup in this world. Some of the more advanced countries had entertainment competitions for astral pets, but they had not developed to a world-class level. In Huaxia alone, there were commercial entertainment competitions for star pet. There were duels between star pets, team battles between two star pets, one-on-one battles between two star pets, one-on-one battles with one star pet, two-on-one battles with two star pets, and of course, there were pure team battles between 4 star pet. As for team battles between 4 people and 4 pets, it was relatively rare both at home and abroad. After all, people were there to watch competitions, to kill time and enjoy life. If you dazzled them and they couldn't watch at all, then why would they even bother to watch in Huaxia? The mode of team battles between 2 pets was the most popular and the ratings were much higher than other mode. The elite invitational tournament in Europe adopted this mode, team battles between 2 pet. In other words, humans were not allowed to participate in the battles. It was purely team battles between astral pets. Jiang Xiao looked at the information on his phone and couldn't help but purse his lip. The European competition was organized once every 3 years, which was quite decent. However, there were few videos and only a few pictures of the competition. It didn't matter if the astral pet didn't show up. The key was that many of those who had astral pets were people of high status. It was not suitable for them to be exposed on the internet. While reading, Jiang Xiao walked into the duty room and handed over his duties to several Wasteland Reclaimers instructors. "What are you looking at?" A big hand pressed on Jiang Xiao's shoulder and a head poked over. "Why are you so engrossed?" Jiang Xiao caught a whiff of smoke and answered, "I'm looking for something fun." Gu Shi unread the text on his phone. Elite Invitational Tournament of Astral Pet Trainers? What kind of competition is this? Is it a new one? Jiang Xiao said, "It's a small competition in Europe. It's not very well known." Gu Shi and threw his backpack on the table and plopped down on a chair. "Why are you looking at this thing? Don't tell me you're participating." Jiang Xiao said, "Who knows?" Jiang Xiao then put away his mobile phone. Who would have thought that just as he put away his phone would buzz again? Jiang Xiao took out his phone. He thought that it would be Prince Binuo, but he realized that it was Hai Tianqing. Jiang Xiao picked up the phone and said with a smile, "Hey groom, you're getting married in a week? Congratulations." Hai Tianqing smiled and said, "Thank you. How is it? Have you applied for leave?" Jiang Xiao said, "Just tell me where it's done. It's normal for me to go on holidays in school. It'll be strange if I come back to school." Gu Shi nodded in agreement. "Haha." On the other end of the phone, Hai Tianqing laughed and said, "Number 23, West Isles, Tree Island." Jiang Xiao was a little dumbfounded by the place. West Isles? The West Isles in Cheongzhou Province? Hai Tianqing said, "Yes, that's it." Feeling troubled, Jiang Shao asked, "How do we get there then? Shall we fly to Cheongzhou province first before taking a boat?" Hai Tianqing said, "Yes, you can just come to Deer City in Cheongzhou province. There'll be a helicopter to pick you up. Come a few days earlier. Your teacher Fang misses you too." "Oh my goodness, impressive. There's even a helicopter to pick me up?" Jiang Shao suddenly thought of something and strode out of the duty room towards the small door on the west side. He said softly, "By the way, are you going to invite your other two students, Han Jiangshu and Xia Yan?" Hai Tianqing said, "I've already told your sister. Didn't she tell you? You guys have to come. I hope you can be witnesses." Jiang Shao was speechless. Poor Hai Tianqing. His wife's parents pressured him not to get married and hence, he couldn't get any support. He used to be a guardian of the night and was expelled from the team because he violated the rules. Jiang Shao believed that Hai Tianqing definitely had many brothers in the team, but due to certain reasons, Hai Tianqing probably wouldn't go and look for them. Jiang Zhao's team consisted of the first batch of students that he had been leading, while Hai Tianqing was leading the second batch of students. He reckoned that they had yet to graduate from high school. Apart from his parents, Jiang Shao reckoned that they were probably the only ones who would go. It wasn't that Hai Tianqing didn't have any friends, but once he joined the Guardians of the Night, especially the light-chasing team, he would probably only be left with his comrades. The warriors under Second Last's command all year round only had a few people around them, and they were either carrying out missions or on standby. Due to the fact that they were on missions, they rarely contacted their families. How could they be like Jiang Shao who wandered around 4 people? "Is Li Wei going too?" Jiang Shao asked. "Yes. It's June 23rd, just in time for your final exams. I chose this date," Hai Tianqing said apologetically. Jiang Shao interrupted Hai Tianqing and said, "That's not right. How can you choose a date for marriage for others? You guys set it on June 23rd, so it must be an auspicious day. It's a joyous day for you guys to get married. You guys are the oldest today, so your family and friends have to follow your lead and think of a way to get married. As for those who can't go," Hai Tianqing asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao said, "It's fine as long as the money is in." Hai Tianqing got so anxious that he said in his native dialect, "I don't want your money. You have to be the one who introduced us. You're the one who introduced us." Jiang Shao chuckled, but he secretly complained in his heart, "You're the northernmost person, yet you brought a northernmost girl to the southernmost island to get married. How scared are you of your father-in-law looking for you? Is this Shrimpy?" A gentle female voice came from the other end of the line. "Yes, it's him," Hai Tianqing said, but his phone was snatched away. Fang Xingyun asked, "Xiaopi?" Jiang Shao hurriedly said, "Hello, Teacher Fang. Speaking of which, both of you have taught me before. Nominally, you're both my teachers and I can address you as master. Here's the problem." Fang Xingyun smiled. There was a special gentleness in his smile. "What is it?" Jiang Shao asked. "Who's mistress then?" "Ha ha." Fang Xingyun covered her mouth and laughed. "You can call him Mistress Little Hai from now on. Little Sea Lion, Mistress, all right? It's decided then. I'll call him Little Sea Lion from now on. As for whether he's Mistress or not," Fang Xingyun reminded, "you have to come. Come in advance. Tell me the time and I'll send someone to pick you up." "Okay, I'll see. I'll discuss it with Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan later. I'll then text you guys back and tell you the exact time of arrival." Jiang Shao looked up at the electronic clock hanging in the duty room. It was June 15th. That's settled then. Fang Xingyun returned the phone to Hai Tianqing happily. Jiang Shao turned around, only to see Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue walking into the corridor from the hall. Jiang Shao frantically said, "Little Sea Lion, I'll hang up first. Wait for my news." Before Hai Tianqing could respond, Jiang Shao hung up the phone and scurried into the small door. Xia Yan stood at the door of the duty room and pushed it open. However, she didn't enter and instead looked at Jiang Shao suspiciously. "What are you up to?" Jiang Shao said. "It's a call from Hai Tianqing. He wants us to hurry up and decide on the time so that he can arrange for someone to pick us up." Han Jiangshu asked, "Isn't it the 23rd? Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yes, but they're getting married on a small island in Cheongzhou province. He wants us to go there early too." Han Jiangshu thought about it and said, "We'll go on the 20th. Jiang Shao begged, "Earlier." Han Jiangshu glanced at Jiang Shao helplessly and said, "Let's go on the 18th then. I'll go and ask Principal Yang for leave tomorrow." Okay. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly, but he had become very busy. His phone rang again. It was really Prince Bino this time. Jiang Shao picked up the call and said with a smile, "You're quite persistent, aren't you?" Prince Bino said, "I know what you're worried about, but I can guarantee in my name and the name of the Shima royal family that nothing will happen to you here." Slightly stunned, Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" Prince Bino said, "This year's competition will be held in the Shima kingdom, and it'll be held in the manner of a member of the royal family. Don't worry." Jiang Shao grinned and asked, "Do you miss me that much?" As soon as he said that, the two young ladies who had just entered the room pushed the door open and walked out. Jiang Zhao's face stiffened and he pointed at the phone and mouthed, "Prince Bino, my opponent in the World Cup, male." On the other end of the line, Prince Bino said, "My star pet is more functional. After all, I'm a warrior in the sea, so it's a doctor in the sea. If we're in a team, I lack someone who can fight and resist. I think your pig bear is pretty good. It can fight against a dragon." Jiang Shao was instantly unhappy and said, "A doctor in the sea? Is there a water venue for the competition?" Prince Bino said, "Well, no, it's all land battles." Jiang Shao said, "Then what are you still playing for? How is your star pet going to come out? You want me to fight two at once?" Prince Bino said, "It's amphibious. It can go on land, but it's a little slower." Jiang Shao was speechless. Prince Bino said, "Your pig bear is so big. I'll just carry it. If it doesn't work, I'll just tie it around my neck like a scarf." Jiang Shao asked, "What kind of star pet do you have? A sea snake?" Prince Bino tried to hide his words and said, "Something like that. You'll know when you come." Jiang Shao scratched his head. It was hard for him to refuse such hospitality. However, as a soldier with dual citizenship, it would still be difficult for him to travel far away if he was not on a military mission. Prince Bino said, "Come here and let us see the peculiar pandas of the East. At the same time, teach Sophia a lesson. The two of us will get first place and get a platinum star pet, isn't that great?" Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "You don't lack anything. Is the main reason why you invited me over because you're upset with Sister Sophia? Or?" Prince Bino said, "I want to get first place. That's the most important thing." Jiang Shao said, "In that case, you're doing this for the reward? Why don't I believe it?" Prince Bino suddenly became furious. "I'm upset with her. She taunts me every day. She's been suppressing me since I was young. I'm wrong to do this and wrong to do that. I'll always be a loser. I've already entered the top 50 in the world, but she still taunts me every day, saying that I've been defeated by a medical support member and that I've embarrassed the Sima kingdom in front of the entire world. I really want to." Jiang Shao hurriedly tilted his head and moved the phone away from his ear. More than 10 seconds later, the voice on the phone became softer. Jiang Shao then put the phone to his ear and said, "Your Highness, mind your image." Image, on the other end of the phone, Prince Bino took a deep breath and stroked his blonde hair. His voice became gentle again. "Jiang Shaofu, come to the Sima kingdom to play, top point." Chapter 746. Jiang Shao reluctantly agreed to Prince Binuo's invitation, but he did not confirm the matter completely. He merely said that he would try his best to fight for it, and whether he would be able to go or not would have to be discussed later. However, there was no hurry. The Elite Invitational would only be held in mid-July, and there was still more than half a month left. After staying in school for 2 days, Han Jiangxue successfully applied for leave. Principal Yang took good care of the siblings during the winter vacation. As long as they didn't drop out of school, they could do whatever they wanted. June 18, Phoenix International Airport, Deer City, Cheongzhou Province. Jiang Shao and the other two walked out of the airport with only one word in mind: hot. The temperature is probably more than 30 degrees Celsius. The good thing was that many tourists were wearing hats and sunglasses, allowing Jiang Shao and the others to blend in well. After arriving in Deer City, Jiang Shao finally found himself again and changed into a floral shirt and beach pant. What gave his outfit its soul was flip-flops. The most interesting soul was Xia Yan, who was walking behind Jiang Shao. She was dressed exactly the same as Jiang Shao, except that the floral shirt was a lady's floral shirt. Han Jiangxue was wearing a sun hat and a pair of sunglasses that covered half of her face. She was wearing a bohemian-style floral dress and attracted the attention of countless people along the way. As soon as the trio came out, a couple walked up to them. They seemed to be in their mid-30s, and the man was burly and had short hair. He looked rather valiant and had a strong aura. He seemed to be a martial artist. Xiaopi. The handsome middle-aged man raised his head slightly and gestured to Jiang Shao. Uncle Kong. Jiang Shao stretched out his fingers and pulled down his sunglasses slightly before looking up at the man in front of him. Kong Linkai had a peculiar expression on his face. "I'm not that old, am I?" The beautiful woman with fluttering long hair looked at Kong Linkai with a slight smile on her face. "You're at the age where children call you uncle." Jiang Shao immediately turned around and looked at the elegant and beautiful woman. "Are you Sister Li Wanyu?" "Rascal, you're indeed as mischievous as Xingyun said." Li Wanyu glanced at Jiang Shao smilingly and patted Kong Linkai's shoulder gently. "Let's go back early." Kong Linkai looked at Jiang Shao with a pained expression and waved at the three little guys. "Follow me." Jiang Shao nodded to himself. If he was not mistaken, these two should be Fang Xingyun's friends. Birds of a feather flock together. Fang Xingyun's best friend had the same temperament as her. They were both gentle and elegant ladies. Looking at their intimate actions, they should have gotten married. Based on Teacher Fang's age, she was probably the latest to get married in her circle of friends, right? The three of them got into a jeep and Jiang Shao sat in the backseat. He said, "Teacher Hai only told me about the people who are picking me up, but he didn't tell me about your relationship. You guys are Teacher Fang's friends, right? Sister Li Wanyu is your best friend?" Li Wanyu sat in the front passenger seat and looked at the scenery outside the window. "World champion, you guessed wrong. He's Nebula's friend." Kong Linkai smiled and said, "I'm her brother." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Xia Yan asked in confusion, "What brother? Sworn brothers?" Kong Linkai shrugged and said, "He's my aunt's brother." Xia Yan said straightforwardly, "I heard that Teacher Fang's family doesn't agree." Before she finished speaking, Han Jiangxue, who was sitting in the middle of the backseat, kicked Xia Yan's leg gently. "Fang family, haha, a big family," Kong Linkai said with a hint of disdain. Li Wanyu suddenly reached out and gently patted Kong Linkai's hand that was on the gear shift lever. "It's okay." Kong Linkai smiled and looked at the rearview mirror. "The real Fang family didn't come. I used to be considered half a member of the Fang family, but now that I'm here, I'm not considered one anymore." Jiang Shao was puzzled and thought, "You're my aunt's brother. What's your relationship with the Fang family? If you're Fang Xingyun's sister, should I call you aunt?" However, aunt is obviously Fang Xingyun's mother's sister and doesn't have a direct relationship with the Fang family. What do you mean you're not a member of the Fong family now that you're here? You're not a member of the Fong family anyway. What do you mean by half a member of the Fong family, damn it? Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The so-called aunt is not Fong Xingyun's mother's sister? Instead, she's Fong Xingyun's father's other wife? So, Kong Linkai's surname isn't Fong but his mother's? He said that he used to be half a member of the Fong family, but now, he's not one at all? Is it because he's here to attend the wedding? Kong Linkai and Fong Xingyun are half-siblings? Jiang Xiao grinned and thought, it's indeed a big family. Kong Linkai looked at the rearview mirror and noticed Jiang Zhao's expression. He said, Kid, you're really interesting. No wonder you won the championship. You're quick to react and you're good at gathering information. Xia Yan turned to look at Jiang Xiao in confusion and asked, What happened? Jiang Xiao looked at Xia Yan and then at Han Jiangxue, after which his expression suddenly became peculiar. Han Jiangxue was smart and she pressed the back of Jiang Zhao's head onto her lap. She then said to Xia Yan, Do what you have to do. Xia Yan blinked in bewilderment, but she was very familiar with the position. Hence, she couldn't be bothered anymore. Unable to resist the temptation, she took off Jiang Zhao's sun hat and coiled it around his head. Ha 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 ha! Kong Linkai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Wanyu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh too. When the two of them arrived, Fong Xingyun had already warned them that Jiang Xiao was very mischievous. However, he didn't expect him to be so mischievous. Hai Tianqing wasn't bragging. There was indeed a helicopter to pick them up. The five of them arrived at the apron on the top floor of a building. Along the way, there were a few people guarding them, but Jiang Xiao didn't find anyone who looked like a driver. Kong Linkai took up the responsibility and sat in the driver's seat. It seemed that he had mastered a lot of skills. Li Wanyu followed the three kids and sat in the passenger seat. As the helicopter slowly took off, the loud noises made them lose interest in chatting. As the plane approached the tree island, Jiang Xiao stood up while leaning against the cabin door. Han Jiangxue was a little worried. She grabbed the corner of Jiang Zhao's shirt and said loudly, Sit down, sit down. The sound of the propeller was too loud, and Jiang Xiao had enough reason to pretend that he couldn't hear anything. However, Xia Yan wasn't worried at all. She yelled at Han Jiangxue, Why are you worried about him? He'll be fine even if he falls. While speaking, Xia Yan was really taken aback by Jiang Xiao. He actually opened the cabin door, and a gust of wind immediately gushed in. Due to the fact that the people on the plane were all star warriors, Jiang Xiao didn't have any concerns. What a beautiful scene it was when he looked down from the sky. There were white clouds against the blue sea, the trees on the tree island, and the waves in front of the beach. The waves washed against the beach again, and there were a few small figures on the beach who seemed to be playing. Jiang Xiao turned around and looked at Han Jiangxue excitedly. I'm jumping! Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao took off his flowery shirt and handed it to Han Jiangxue, who frantically grabbed his shirt to prevent it from being blown away by the strong wind. On the other hand, Xia Yan glanced at Jiang Zhao's abs casually before putting on a look of disdain. Jiang Xiao said, Come on, Xia Yan. Let's go play in the water. Hearing his words, Xia Yan's eyes glistened and she seemed to be rather tempted. However, she didn't bring a swimsuit with her. Girls and boys were different, after all, and she couldn't go into the water after taking off his shirt like Jiang Xiao did. Jiang Xiao handed the flip-flops to Han Jiangxue again and grabbed the handle of the cabin door with one hand. He then laid down in a reclining position. Wow bang! Xia Yan closed the cabin door fiercely while Han Jiangxue leaned forward and opened it again. She then looked down at Jiang Xiao, who was falling freely. Bang! Water splashed everywhere. Jiang Xiao understood the essence of the diving team of Fima Nation. Look at the diving team in China. It's quiet and there's no splash at all. What's the point of that? It's diving. You have to explode. Just hit your body horizontally and that's it. Soon, Jiang Shao emerged from the water and revealed his head. Han Jiangxue finally heaved a sigh of relief and closed the cabin door. It was a hot summer day and Jiang Shao was soaking in the cool seawater. Everything was wonderful, except that it was a little salty. Is this the taste of the sea? Jiang Shao took another bite and realized that it was not only salty, but also bitter and astringent. How is this the taste of the sea? This is clearly the taste of falling out of love. As the plane continued to fly away and approached the island, Jiang Shao began swimming in the sea too. Although Jiang Shao was a distance away from the island, he wasn't worried about any accident. It wasn't that he was good at swimming, but rather he had the protection of the diamond endurance and the diamond spacetime gap. No one could do anything to him. When he got tired of swimming, he could just flash ashore. Huh! Jiang Shao was enjoying the taste of love like a happy frog. However, he had only swum for a short distance when he vaguely sensed that there was a flash of light not far away. Jiang Shao tried his best to tread on the water and look to the side, only to discover that there was really something shining. Wow! Could it be the treasure in the sea? Jiang Shao muttered. But then again, shouldn't the treasure be hidden deep in the sea? Why was it floating on the surface of the sea? Jiang Shao hid in the water and swam over quickly. Not far away, on the surface of the sea, two birds were leisurely floating on the surface of the water. They seemed to have sensed something and suddenly flapped their wings and flew up high. Bang! Jiang Shao leaped out of the water directly, but he caught nothing. They flew so fast. Swoosh! Jiang Zhao's body that had leaped out of the water suddenly flashed and directly flashed into midair. He caught a palm-sized bird with one hand and his body flashed again, his other hand grabbing its companion. Little thing, you think you can run away? Jiang Shao, who was free-falling in midair, once again turned into a member of the Fima country's diving team. His body slammed into the sea horizontally. Cough cough. Jiang Zhao's head popped out of the sea again. He coughed and spat out water. At the same time, he raised his hands and looked at the two shining birds. This is too beautiful. He didn't know if these two birds were made of glass or crystal. Their bodies were like pieces of glass, almost transparent, and under the illumination of the sun, they shone beautifully. The size of the two birds was about the size of a normal pigeon, but they looked like seagulls. The shape of their beaks was very unique and could be easily distinguished. However, their bodies and heads were irregular polyhedrons. The only part of their bodies that had color was their eyes. They were two irregular polyhedron spheres. They were black and very small. They were embedded in their little heads and looked very magical and beautiful. These were the real gem-like eyes. At this moment, the two black gem-like eyes were staring at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao licked his lips excitedly. I'm rich? Shiny Pokemon? Jiang Shao looked at the crystal seagull in his left hand, then at the crystal seagull in his right hand. In the end, he still pouted. If there was only one, there might be a chance. Both of them were shiny? That would be a joke. Hey! Xiaopi, come back quickly! Xia Yan's shout came from the shore. Jiang Shao turned around, only to see that Xia Yan was waving at him from the beach far away. Jiang Zhao's body suddenly flashed, and he stood in front of Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue. Look what treasure I found! Jiang Shao then showed the two crystal birds in his hand. Han Jiangxue looked at the wet Jiang Shao and said, Glass seagulls are star beasts unique to the seaside. They don't have any star beads or star techniques. Let them go. Jiang Shao said, I'll put them in the Star Pet amusement park. Han Jiangxue shook her head and said, They're very picky about their living environment and they need to live by the sea. Let them go. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, Okay. Jiang Shao then tossed the two birds into the air. Perhaps because Jiang Shao had grabbed them too tightly previously, the two glass seagulls did not manage to spread their glass wings. Instead, they flew in a parabola and fell again, their heads were facing downwards, and their long glass beaks pierced into the beach diagonally, turning them into two glass seagulls. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.